has been a long 3 weeks since we've been on, but we're happy to be back in this fashion, the three of us, and then eventually Donald, whenever he decides to come in. Welcome back to the Boys in the Big Apple podcast, everybody. Glad you're joining us on this Monday evening at the end of May. A lot of stuff going on. Obviously, the Yankees and the Mets are playing well. They're playing better than the last time we spoke to you guys on this show. As for the NFL, they maneuvered a couple of different rules today, which we might get a little bit into. Shouts to Armand in the chat. Also, as well, got some schedule predictions later on in the show. And as for basketball, well, Carmelo Anthony has retired. The Knicks are eliminated. Might get into that a little bit, though it's been a few weeks. And, looks like Denver could possibly close out their series tonight. And then maybe Miami does the same. But anyway, with that being said, let's shoot it over to Angry John and Luca for first thoughts.
What's up, everyone? What's up? Thank you all for watching. Glad to be back. It's been a while, actually. So when's the last time we did? 2 weeks ago, the Monday show?
May 1st.
May 1st? Yeah, it's been a little bit. But we got hockey and basketball playoffs underway. I'll be flipping through those games tonight. The Mets and Yankees are actually playing like MLB professional teams, even though, remember, guys, Sal Licata said, you can't play the rookies now. Can't play the rookies. But we'll get into that. And a quick shout out because my little cousin and his baseball team won his championship for high school out by the Ferry Hawk Stadium. So you guys make me proud. I know some of you guys watch and subscribe. So good job, boys. There we go. All right. And we got a lot to get into. Like Alex said, the Melo retirement. We'll definitely touch on that as well.
Yeah, definitely. Let's welcome in number 4, at least for right now, Donald. We'll go to your first thoughts, and then let's go to Luca.
First of all, good to see everybody again. And salute to Carmelo Anthony on an amazing career. My favorite Knick by far ever. So I wish him all the best in retirement. Certainly would like to look forward to talk about him. And also Aaron Judge. What about Aaron Judge with his 1,000 OPS and was it like God knows how many home runs in like a couple of games? He's just been killing it. We'll get into Aaron Judge as well. Salute to everyone in the chat. Let's see how everyone's doing. Give me a salute and hit the like button and subscribe if you haven't already done so. And once again, really good to see Alex, Luca, and my man Angry John as well.
Yes. Real quickly before I go to Luca, I want to shout out the chat. Shouts to Armand. Knicks Nation says Yankees are playing good baseball. Finally, also the Mets. Yeah, the last time we did this show, both teams were in the dumper. My guys, Luca and Angry John. Long time no see. John is alive, and John has also graduated college. So we talked about that, of course, and shouted at him out on Thursday in the last stream. Am I the only one that thinks? Am I the only one that keeps thinking, what if Brunson passed out to Hart? We won Game 6 in Miami. We took it to the Garden. We could have went all the way, I swear. Well, the ifs and buts, candies and nuts, Christmas. Yeah. There's a lot of different things. There's a lot of different things you could be talking about. That is a good point. I can breathe and relax, say no Mets game, and having an amazing weekend. Of course, Mr. I keep Sox Arizona down. Alex, I was actually talking to him today. Hello, Brad. Alex, where the fuck are you? You look like you're in Florida. No, I'm in my usual habitat. Befuddled. Shouts to Bill in the chat. Donald, late and heartbroken over Hicks. I'm pretty sure it's quite the opposite, if anything. Me and John are in the real world now. Yeah. I graduated on Friday.
Congrats,
shouts to Jacob.
Of course! How could I forget? He's gone! He's gone! He's really, really gone!
I was waiting for one of you to touch upon it.
Thank you, Lord! Thank you.
Does anyone have like any drinks? Because like I got drinks. I can grab a drink and just like we can cheer to it.
I got water. I
got water.
Give me
1 second. Water's good enough.
Water is good enough. I mean, we're also not only are we going to cheer to Aaron Hicks, but we're also going to toast to the great career of Carmelo Anthony.
That's to Carmelo Anthony, and this is to the end.
We're here. All right.
I think we should do it all together. First one, congrats to the great career of Carmelo Anthony. Nick Legend for sure. For some reason, that's a debate to people, but that's a long story short. Carmelo, we love you.
Salute, Mello.
And Aaron Hicks, fuck you.
Fuck you, Aaron.
Yes.
Enjoy the golf course.
Oh, and just an extra congrats once again to John and Jacob for
Yeah.
graduating college.
Yeah. My
Congrats,
God.
guys.
Congratulations.
Thank you, everyone.
Oh man. But let's see. Well, I hate to break it to you, Jacob, but we should be expecting him in a few minutes. But we have to lay down some ground rules anyway. Armin says, congrats, Jacob and John. What up, Booyah? What's going on, man?
Guys?
But Luca, your first thoughts.
Well, it's been a long week. The Yankees are starting to play baseball, starting to play actual good baseball. Baseball's back to being appetizing with the Mets and Yankees playing well. Obviously, we just hinted on the Melo retirement. We're going to talk all about that and his legacy. The main question we're going to answer is, should he have his number retired? We'll obviously reveal all of that. I think we'll have a unanimous answer. But Melo forever. Keeping that in my mind. The Jets obviously started OTAs today, and there's a lot of buzz going around with Mekhi Becton and Quinn Williams and Aaron Rodgers, so that should be fun to just cover like a little bit. And nothing much else there. The conference finals are wrapping up. We'll be heading over to Playback to do some of our streams, and I can't wait to call the finals with Donald.
It's definitely going to be an interesting time. Josh Donaldson will be the next one to go. I hope so. Then again, it took how many years for Aaron Hicks just to go in the sink? So I can't lie. I'm here to wish Hateful Hicks, Jujubis on
That's
Angry John, hoping the Mets pick him up. I was close to naming my upcoming channel, The Highlights of Preparation H. Hicks. Let's see if Alex has the brain capacity to graduate as well. I think I'll just get over it. All right.
That's a terrible wish to wish Hicks on the. You know what? If we get Aaron Hicks, you guys need to take on David Peterson. There.
Bro, you already got Gary Sanchez.
Yeah, I was about to say you kind of got Gary Sanchez already. No, he was good in the doubleheader yesterday, at least the first game.
I'm not putting much stock into that, but okay.
Yeah, this literally right here. Knicks Nation says Mets of Gary Sanchez might as well get the other ass Hicks. You know, yeah, might as well start doing that. And by the way, I just wanted to include this, and I'm going to throw two other. Oh, here he is, the legend himself. I was literally about to bring it up as well. There are two clips we're going to show later on, maybe even three, of our little party that we had on Friday. But this is what I'll just throw a little thing before we get into legitimate baseball. So obviously the Mets on Friday, we had a couple of guys over the house, including John, and everybody was centered around John because they know John gets angry with the Mets. So Carlos Carrasco gives up a 3-run home run to Josh Naylor in the first inning, and this is his reaction.
You piece of shit! I hate you! Go to hell! I hope you have a tone!
So if you think Angry John gets angry on here, well, you know, he gets angry on here. Yep. He was by far the loudest one. But man, so let's get into some baseball. Obviously, guys, like, comment, subscribe to all the good stuff. Shout out, actually, share out is better enough. So share out, do all the good stuff. I'm gonna go around just first thoughts. I'm gonna start with Luca. As far as the Yankees go, we'll do our usual kind of thing in terms of best pitcher, best hitter, but just some takeaways from the general weekend. And I also must add two things. Number one, if you haven't already and you are a member, Angry John has his baseball recaps up again, so please check that out. Number two is both of our teams. There are more clips from Friday, Armand. Trust me, they're definitely on their way. And number two is both of our teams swept Ohio baseball opponents. So got to get the broom out. Got to get sweet.
Did you get in the dust pail?
Yeah, get the dustpan. Sweet. Anyway, yes, exactly. Just like the little thing we did in October
with Josh Naylor.
Yes. So, Luca, first thoughts on the Yankees, some takeaways you have from this past weekend, and I have some of my own thoughts, even going back to the Blue Jays series, but I'm going to let you voice your opinions first.
Well, it appears, first of all, if you guys haven't seen already, Aaron Judge has won American League Player of the Week. It appears that the Blue Jays have lit a fire under Aaron Judge's ass, and he's now turned into super god for the New York Yankees. But luckily, I will also say that he's not the only one that's hitting for the New York Yankees. Harrison Bader and Anthony Rizzo have been second and third to Judge's hot streak. Gleyber Torres has picked it up a little bit. Anthony Volpe is hitting some hard balls to the outfield. The pitching has been solid. It's finally gaining some ground. Bullpen's been all right. Luis Severino came back on Sunday and started very well. I think he had 5 strikeouts over 6 or 5 innings, and he only gave up 1 run. So I think this series against the Reds was a little encouraging. Now you go up against a little bit of a tougher opponent against the Padres, but they are sure disappointing. So I'm very interested to see how that works out. Or is it who's next after the Reds who we just faced?
After the Reds, it's
It's
the
the O's.
Orioles.
It's
then
the O's and then the Padres. My apologies, but the O's are a young team. They're going to try to fight you till the end. So keep note of that.
Sunil says, Angry John Hush, they probably view Hicks as the next Curtis Granderson.
No,
Low batting average, high K rates, blows more air than an
I
HVAC
don't
unit
like
in
that
Texas.
comparison at all. To be honest, I don't.
Well, I mean, who does? Ohio, their last relevant championship was when Marge Schott was relevant. Aaron Judge is Thanos for the Blue Jays. The minute he snaps his fingers, Vladdy disappears. Orioles are next. Donald, your first thoughts on the Yankees' recent uprise, which is all started. Thank you to Mr. John Schneider. I'd just like to say thank you for kind of going out there and making Aaron Judge back into himself again. So we only have him to thank. But your first thoughts.
Aaron Judge in his last 8 games has 7 home runs, 16 RBIs, and 14 hits, and an OPS of 1,042. And his batting average has gone up 70 points. We are talking about super god, as Alex described him right there. Like, those numbers are not human. And the crazy thing is, he's already missed 10 days due to the injury, and then he got a day off, and he's still on pace, almost basically identical on pace to what he was last year in his 62 home run year. So this is an incredible baseball player that we have a privilege to watch daily as a Yankee fan. He's just doing incredible things. And let's touch on the Blue Jays, because we weren't able to do so last week. I thought it was really unprofessional. 2 announcers making they pretended that they weren't making a statement saying, "Oh, I'm not casting any aspersions against the Yankees," but that famous "but" means you're basically casting aspersions, and they had no basis to anything. What was it that they were really worried about? The fact that the catcher was clearly placed outside, right? So that's not illegal. If you're looking to see where the freaking catcher is, right? It kind of makes it pretty obvious, right? That's 1. And 2, Aaron Judge said that, the Yankees were kind of sniping at the umpire a lot, and it was kind of distracting to him. So it could have been a mixture of the both. But one thing that we know for sure is that there was absolutely no cheating involved. How could you even think that there was anything untoward going on when the guy was throwing 6 straight sliders? It doesn't take a fucking genius to realize what the next pitch is going to be. Right? So, I mean, I just think it's so unprofessional. But the great thing is, I was like, how can Aaron Judge stick it to them? How can the Yankees stick it to them? Right? Are they gonna start a fight? But no, Aaron Judge did even better. He absolutely hit another moonshot off the center field wall. So, I mean, that's the best way to answer it, man. Just shut them up. That was the best way to answer it. And the Blue Jays have gone very quietly into the night since that whole fiasco. And Aaron Judge has just taken off. And I think he's handled it very professionally. He says, I have some choice words for the announcers, but I'm going to keep it to myself. I've got work to do. I love that attitude. and he's going to work. So you know what? He is the man, and fuck the Blue Jays. I honestly fuck the Blue Jays, but this is a good thing because we need a rivalry because it's getting kind of boring with no real rivalry other than the Astros. But the Astros are another division, so like we need more of a rivalry going on here. The Boston New York thing isn't as intense now because it's not the same as it was. I think we can all agree on that. The Blue Jays are trying to act like they're on our level, and they talk a lot. It kind of reminds me of the 90s Red Sox. They talk a hell of a lot. They talk a hell of a big game without really backing it up. They've got great players, and they've got as good a team as we do. There's no question about it, but they talk a lot, and they haven't really proven anything yet. So until then, kind of like, mind your place a little bit, I think. And a little bit of respect wouldn't, be that much of a big deal, I think. I think respect is probably something that the Yankees have earned to this extent. So, fuck them. But I love it. I'm glad that there's a rivalry because it's kind of boring without it. So, I'm all for it. I'm all for Vlad talking. I'm all for these announcers being assholes. Although I would have liked the announcers to have apologized. I think they should have fucking apologized. They missed the beat there because they just caused something that just didn't need to be caused. But as for the Yankees in general, I do think it's going to be a breath of fresh air that Aaron Hicks is gone. Thank God. It was the right thing to do. But they're playing well. And also, can I touch on Harrison Bader? That guy's incredible. He is incredible center fielder. Like, he tracks down everything in center field. It's quite incredible. His range is phenomenal. Like, he's probably saved like a bunch of runs already just by himself. So like, he's been awesome defensively, and offensively he's been just as good. So it's been kind of cool. Like things are starting to slowly turn around. They're playing with a little bit of fight, bit of energy. They're getting some clutch hits, and yeah, hey, this could be a decent team. It's going to be a lot better with Aaron Hicks gone. I can guarantee you that. Let's go.
John, before I get in my Blue Jays thing, because I've been calling out the Blue Jays since the beginning of the season, and even before that, because I really didn't believe in them. But nonetheless, John, any outside thoughts on the New York Yankees?
Yes. So, and I'm not going to be too repetitive with the Judge stuff because, number one, he wasn't cheating. Let's get that out of the way. And he's just a fantastic player in general. But you do not poke a bear in this kind of sense and get him fired up. It's kind of it's kind of a sense where it's like, you just have woken up a rival and a star player, and that was kind of dumb with the Blue Jays. But nevertheless, the one thing I would take, because I didn't get to watch the whole Blue Jay series, I wasn't in the country, but the one thing I'll take from the Yankees of what I've seen over the past day, do you guys know that in this past Red series, none of your starters went more than 5 innings, but your bullpen didn't give up a single earned run, which to me, that's a fucking impressive change, because I know you guys were dreading it earlier when, Clay Holmes was blowing games. You guys were thinking Marinaccio, even though he's had his struggles this year, you guys are, and Loaizaga, he had some time hurt, and you guys are wondering, like, how the hell are we going to hold on to leads if we get them? Well, I have to say that's a pretty impressive feature if, none of your starters go a long distance in the game, but the bullpen can still get it done. Other Yankees notes, you guys touched on Aaron Judge. Anthony Rizzo has been raking it as well. I think he had a few homers in his past couple games. And ever since Harrison Bader's come back, the center field spot has been like pretty much on lockdown, except for some reason when Boone doesn't fucking play his regular starters, which I think you all know that's a problem, but that's another issue for another day. When they suck, then you could rip them. One thing I'll say, which also another minor story, I don't want to say minor, but the fact that Luis Severino returned yesterday is huge for you guys. I saw some life on his fastball. I think he averaged like 96 miles per hour. I had to watch the highlights because, Peacock, streaming and shit, which is annoying. But good to see that he's back in the rotation. Hopefully you guys get more reinforcements. But, you want to say at least there's been, more reinforcements. But there's also there seems to be a little bit of life after that Blue Jays series. And I know the Matt Rileys of the world are still say the Yankees suck. But at least
I agree, John. I want to pick up on your point. You're spot on about poking a bear.
Mhm.
That's exactly what they've done, and it was crazy. Like, you don't do that, man.
Right.
You
Especially
do not.
a guy that's won like the MVP last year, and not just a star, but like a top star too. We're talking one of the top players in the game,
Yeah,
best hitters in the game. It's
and
not
also
really
the
fun.
Yankees in general. I mean, the Yankees were very much in a slumber
Mhm.
by the time that they were facing the Jays in that series, and that was the opportunity for the Jays to put their foot on the Yankees' necks and maybe really get a gap between the two teams. And instead, they did the exact opposite, poked a bear. Now the Yankees are angry, and they're playing angry, and that's what's kind of changed a lot of things. Like, they're showing more fight than they have in years. That is a fact. Like, we know what Aaron Boone is as a manager. He's not one to get this team fired up. But
Mhm.
when I guess when your integrity is questioned, and when and I guess when the lack of respect is quite palpable, it woke the Yankees team up, and it's changed things. So, great point, Angry John.
I think I also think I can't remember if it was a home run, but I think it was like he kind of celebrated, or not celebrated, but he taunted Aaron. Aaron Judge taunted them back.
Yeah, he did
when
that.
he did the little, which I thought was pretty funny for his reaction. But again, don't poke the bear.
What was that big deal about the base coaches being in the area? Like, how when has that ever been an issue?
It's because
Ever.
No one has
it's
said anything
because-
about that. I mean,
I don't know how to
except
explain
for the
it,
Blue Jays. Except for the Blue Jays,
Yeah.
because the Blue Jays
Right.
are crybabies. But like,
they said that he was in the field of play. I think that's what it was. I don't remember what the reasoning or why they were mad. I could be wrong on that, but
They were just, he was standing outside that little technical block.
little box.
the box
The little
area.
box. But so were the Jays bench coaches. So were the Jays freaking base coaches. They were doing exactly the same thing.
And like, what? It's not even like he was like, to my knowledge, at least, it's not like, I forget who the first base coach for the Yankees is. It's not even like they were interfering. Like, I don't understand like what the complaint was. Like, was it the complaint that, okay, maybe he was giving him signs or something like that? I just never got the grasp of what that complaint, where that even started.
Babies.
Yeah. And like, I'm going to say this before we do a couple other different things here, is I've been saying last year, if you guys remember, I was very big on the Blue Jays. I said the Blue Jays are going to, they're going to go to the World Series. They're going to face the Padres. Funny enough, we played the Padres this week. But also as well, I learned, obviously, off of last year, I said, these Blue Jays aren't crap, right? You could give me the excuse they didn't have a manager for half the year and all these different things, all whatever. But coming into the year, I didn't believe in the Blue Jays. Now, obviously, to start the year, they were good. They were like battling it out between the Rays and the Orioles. And then it just seemed like they started going back to the Blue Jays selves. And then like this series kind of proved it because, as I said, they're a talented team. What if I would say this to the panel, right? What if we question Vlad Guerrero Jr.? What if Vlad Guerrero Jr. hits a home run? We're like, I think he's cheating. You know how much anti-Yankee hate would come our way? That it'd be like, so I don't get it. As I said, I've kind of called the Blue Jays out as frauds for a while now. I hope this kind of, once again, is like a turning point for the Yankees. As much as, I've been unhappy about them and all these different things that kind of we have as well. I just hope it's sort of a turning point because there's going to be more tests. Now, obviously, they won the Blue Jays series. They swept the Reds. The Reds are complete garbage. This week, they got the Orioles, which is it is no easy markdown sweep. They are second place for a reason. And then you got the Padres, which are, I don't think they're as tough as the Orioles, but still it's, a tough team with all those different guys they have on there. So we'll see. I mean, I'm taking this day by day. Jacob, I think, was one of the guys who mentioned in the chat. I think Armand also kind of pinpointed it as well. The Yankees need to go out there and extend Harrison Bader. They need to do that sooner rather than later. Get him on it. You don't even he's not even that type of guy that's going to ask for Judge money or Alonso money or this, that, and the other thing. Get him done now.
What do you guys think you're getting Allen back from the Red Sox?
I thought that was an interesting one. I didn't think they'd trade with the Red Sox, but seems whatever's happening to Luka. But anyway, he's better than Aaron Hicks. He was the spark of the team in 2021 after all the COVID and all these guys were on the IL and all these different things. So, that's my opinion on the whole Greg Allen thing. Yeah, he gave us energy in 2021, which is Jacob's point here. I'm going to go into a couple of different comments. I still have a bunch of comments. I think Bader's a free agent after this season, or is it next season? I want to say
this season.
This season. Okay,
this
so
season, I think.
Yeah, so at the end of the day, I would say, would you guys release Fire Schneider T-shirts? I wouldn't say Fire Schneider because that, if anything, I wouldn't obviously we had the Fire.
Thank you, Schneider.
I would like to take a dig at the Blue Jays. Hold on, let me put this up here. I would like to take a dig at the Blue Jays, but I don't know if Fire Schneider's the right thing. Shout to Max on the beat. What's going on? Mets Yankees rivalry is going to get lit again. Hopefully. Let's see. This is another good point that we kind of brought up earlier. Yankees Jays is the new Red Sox Yankees, except Vladdy isn't Manny Ramirez. The Jays don't have Big Poppy. Good point again. John Schneider is a human resources ethics violation waiting to happen. Y'all listen to Pete this morning. He thinks Gleyber Torres is the next one out. Whenever Luka decides to come back in, I think that's a huge talking point because he's been so iffy, right? I think it was how many base running errors during the Jays series, hits a home run against the Reds. It's it's not even with him. That's my whole issue. It's
I agree. This thing is so weird. I don't know how to assess him. I really don't. Offensively, he's actually pretty good, right? He hits to all fields, got occasional power. He's been asked to hit at the top of the lineup, and he's been doing okay. So, you look at that. If you looked at that in isolation, you think, well, this is somebody that's productive. We should, go all in on him. But then his defense has fallen off a cliff since last year. It's been very, very poor. And he has some of the most outs on the base paths in the entire majors. This guy is a terrible base runner. And it's not even hyperbole. Terrible. Right? Ridiculous. And it's because it's gone unchecked for years because of the way that Yankee management is that they're not allowed to, you're not allowed to criticize your players or anything like that. Gleyber Torres has dogged it to first base for years now. For years. Yeah. And Aaron Boone always goes, he feels bad about it. He'll be back tomorrow. And nothing has been curbed with that. And then it's just gotten worse now where he's taking extra bases, which he shouldn't. He's making the third out at third base, which you never should do. And he just seems to get away with it. So I don't know how to assess him because his IQ is some of the worst in the majors, but his ability is right there amongst the top. So, what do you do with that? I really don't know.
It's so weird, too, because maybe a month and a half ago, me and you would have said, okay, listen, just put Peraza at second. That's not the answer anymore, in my opinion. And I love Peraza, but it's so dumbed down that they don't want him as a part of this team. So maybe some point you trade. I don't know, because it'd be very hard to piece together a set of trades that are Gleyber in one and then Peraza in another and have no answer at second. You can't have DJ LeMahieu as the only guy. That's my issue with it. How would you go about that, Donald?
I'd go with Peraza at second.
You still believe in
Yeah, I would do that. Gleyber Torres, I would consider him at DH and Stanton in left field which was basically the original idea of the opening starting lineup. Wasn't Gleyber Torres the DH? And DJ LeMahieu was playing second, and Josh Donaldson was playing third, and Stanton was playing left field. That is something to consider, at least until we can get a trade package sorted out with Gleyber Torres. I still think Gleyber should go. And I still think we should go all in with Peraza. That's just my belief. But if I had the choice of one of Josh Donaldson or Gleyber Torres going this year, it would be Josh Donaldson. Josh Donaldson's got to go. He got to go. At least Torres gives you something. Donaldson gives us nothing. He just gives us nothing but a headache. So, like, Torres is still a productive player. It's a weird one. It is a weird one.
Yeah. Ozzy could cover there too. Oh no, that's not my favorite option. I don't know how to feel about him too, because he's been better of late, but his plate discipline hasn't been great. I don't know that I would. Ozzy's not an everyday player. It's kind of we covered on Thursday. He's just not an everyday player. Torres has had one great month since the start of 2020. It's literally the Gary Sanchez thing. People only want him on the team because he did almost a half decade ago. Yeah. I totally agree. Totally agree. I mean, I wouldn't say it's the extent of the Gary Sanchez thing, but it is what it is. Shout out to Crackle Nuts in the chat, one of John's biggest rivals. Donald, does JD not give you elite defensive third? I would rather take. I'm still taking. Like, I don't know if you're doing this as a thing, Jacob, but I would take Gleyber Torres every day of the week over Josh Donaldson.
Oh yeah,
Gleyber is not a winning player. I get that, but
DJ LeMahieu's defense is just as good as Josh Donaldson's at third.
Yeah. Who we getting for Gleyber though? Pitchers. John is back.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Who we getting back for Gleyber though? A pitcher. I don't think it's an outfielder anymore. I think it probably is. Could be. I don't know. Because you can literally twist that in 7 different ways. It all depends on Rodon, right? It all depends on Rodon whenever he decides to come back. So I don't know. It's a very good question. I'm going to keep that pinned. Cut Donaldson too because of his contract compared to Gleyber. That's exactly what it is. Here's a BOGO for Angry John. Sign Hicks, get Donaldson.
Get the fuck out of here. Troll.
Let's see. PR for Torres. I'd even let Boone PR. Sweeney could be second. I think Sweeney's more of a third baseman. Someone will take his risk, but I don't think it will be with the Yankees. Joe from the shift thinks Donaldson is on the verge of being released.
Donald's on the verge of being released.
I was about to say. Like, I had realized they have middle sentence. I'm like, wait, did I just say Donald? That just shows, obviously, we haven't done this whole show in 3 weeks, so everyone's a little rusty, or at least it's just me. If the Yankees give Bader any deal for more than 3 years, it's Hicks all over again. I would do something close to Benintendi. Like, I think Benintendi got, what, 5 years, some like $75 million or something with the White Sox, who are completely irrelevant now. Blue Jays traded Teoscar Hernandez, Gabriel Moreno, and Gurriel. They're a dumbass team. I didn't really like the trade at the time. I'm going to be honest with you, Nick Nation, because I'm like, Teoscar Hernandez is an excellent bat. Lourdes Gurriel is all right. I could see Bader with the Bennett. Yes, that's a good point. So great minds think alike. Allen was huge when Judge was hurt for them in 2021. Luca, what about Alec Manoah? He's turned into the Canadian Subway spokesperson. His BMI is the equivalent of the entire menu. Well, if you reference Killer Joe that's a McDonald's type of thing. Which I think somebody asked him on Friday, would you take Alec Manoah to McDonald's if he offered? He's like, yeah, I still would take Alec Manoah to McDonald's. Matt's still a little pessimistic on the Yankees, which obviously everyone has differing opinions. Yankees are like the 4th, 5th best team in the AL, let alone the whole league. Let's see. I would definitely put the Rays and the Orioles above them. Who else is on that list? Because the Central's
the Astros and the Rangers right now.
Astros, I know one still have the Orioles ahead of the Yankees. I know, obviously, in the standings, but in terms of team, would you still have that?
I need to see this week. As of right now, I say Orioles, but the Yankees, they're coming up there.
It'd be a good testament to see like where they're at against them, because the O's have been playing excellent baseball this year.
I still think the Yankees are better than the Orioles. You can make the argument that the Blue Jays are better than the Yankees. It's just they don't have the mentality, and
they don't have the production,
and they don't have much pitching either. Thank God.
Yeah. So, shout outs to, I think this is Tats. What's going on? Everyone, if you haven't already, Pinstripe Chronicles. Go subscribe. Bader has the range to track fly balls down at JFK and while starting running from LaGuardia. Yeah, I mean, like he saved at least 5 outs. I think it was on Thursday when we were doing the game.
On that game that we called? Oh,
yeah.
I
was all over the place.
I count 5.
So glad Hicks is gone, but there is more dead weight to cut. Yes, indeed. Texas 29-17. I didn't know they were that hot.
They were leading the division.
So it looks like they're better without Jacob deGrom. I'd rather take Gio Urshela's 100 singles a year than Josh Donaldson's 100 looking at strikeouts down the middle. It's not just that, Matt. You got to also encounter how many times he pimps out a fly ball, okay? So it's 50 of each. Charles Barkley says, had Sevy pitch yesterday, couldn't watch the game, was on Peacock. Same here. I think 4 somewhere around 4 innings pitched, 5 strikeouts. He was probably the best pitcher of the series compared to Johnny Brito and Clark Schmidt. So that's a positive sign for the Yankees. Obviously, coming back, you'd like more length, but okay. He's coming back. I think the O's are better than the Blue Jays. Production-wise, yeah. And I think they actually beat him in a series. I don't know. I got to go check. Texas Rangers are the Hootstown Astros are in first the NL West. Took me a while to read that one. Uncle Tats, Brad, you're awake. So
Brad, you're awake. Yeah. What time is it where Brad is?
Yeah, it's in Australia, so we'd have to
be 12 hours.
12 hours ahead, something like that.
Let's see.
Something along those lines. I think Donald's going to do our research.
I'm just blessed that we have a Hall of Fame basketball player, Charles Barkley, in tonight's chat.
Yes. But also, I think Luca's having laptop issues, but we have to set some ground rules, everybody. We have to start setting some ground rules here, so we're making strides. First of all, here's the first one I'm going to put out, right? Did this the last time. Prop bet. Over under what number Brian phases out? How many times?
All right. Remember, guys, last time was at 6. He did it. I'm gonna give Brian we're gonna go with the line at 4.5. All right.
Over under 4.5.
4.5, guys. So remember, put your over and under bets. All right. 4.5.
4.5. Donald, where do you stand?
So okay. I'm definitely taking the over.
Over.
Okay.
Give me 5.
You know what? I'm going to give my man Brian some slack. And I'm going to say he's learned and he's going to take the under. I'm going to take the under on 4.5.
Take the under 4.5.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm extremely disappointed.
Sydney currently 14 hours ahead of New York.
Jeez.
Over under, keep in mind, Florida is playing right now. That is a good point, Jacob.
Oh, fuck. I didn't even think about that.
What was I going to say? Also, I think there's another thing, and I think Donald recommended it last time as well. Mini 3-strike rule. So if Brian, and now this is not Wi-Fi issues, this is not, computer issues or whatever. If it's legitimately phasing out 3 times, 5-minute timeout.
Yeah, he's kicked off the stream for 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
So I think we could come to an agreement.
Alex, are you taking the over or the under?
Yeah, you didn't answer.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, he sits on the fence, Alex. He always sits on the fence.
I'm gonna be like John and take the under.
All right.
I'm gonna take the under.
Guys, you can also put your over unders in the chat.
Exactly. Put the over unders in the chat. Let's go. Brad,
4.5.
That's Armand.
Yes or no bet Brian announces he has added more teams to root for.
I'll say yes on that. I'll say yes. I'll say there's a new one tonight. But remember, put your
which sport though, Armand? Is it basketball? Is it cornhole? Is it bobsled? I think 3 phase outs and he is permanently banned. Alex, we need a betting sponsor. Yes, we do. So that in the future. But let's welcome in the man of the hour, Brian.
Finally. I've been sitting here trying to fight putting a hole in the wall watching the Panthers in the first period. I really have.
I've been watching the game too, but how are you, my man?
I've been okay. I have been okay. That's what I will say.
My guy, good to see you.
Good to see you, Donald. I like how the tag this time says befuddled. I'm assuming that's a regular occurrence now, a regular feeling.
Just a regular feeling of befuddlement.
Especially with the Yankee decisions, like and Mets.
Well, I know that was prevalent a couple of weeks ago. I'm less befuddled now. I'm more optimistic, but still, general befuddlement, I think, is a good description
That's
about
general-
life in general in sports.
We got Brad taking the over, guys. Brad's on the over.
Brad's taking the
Patrick's
over.
on the over. All right. Yep.
Oh boy. Oh, it's already started, folks. Brian, the Bucks fan, has a Giants helmet.
Don't worry, it's still a Bucks helmet
He's
too.
done it again.
We're not even 2 minutes in.
Not even 2 minutes.
He's done it again.
Dude, I told you, I've had that since I was a kid. I was unpacking boxes. I was like, oh, there's a helmet here.
And then there's an Eagles
like, I
hat
might
on
as well
top
put
of
it
it. If anyone can't,
There's an Eagles hat. And is there a Bronco there behind you?
Wait, Bronco,
Yes,
where?
Move your
You
head.
talking about right here?
Yeah, is that a
Yeah, if you look at the top shelf, you see from left to right, Buccaneers, Broncos, Dolphins behind Curtis Granderson.
wait, is that Tim Tebow?
Yes, it is Tim Tebow.
Oh my God.
You know what? Just throw out any segment we had
Oh.
tonight. We're just examining everything he's fucking got.
Strike one.
This is
How
like
many
antique.
strike one? What is it?
Strike one.
Strike one for a Giants helmet? I thought you guys were Giants.
No, that's
Outside of
Tim
John.
Tebow. You got a strike for Tim
Tebow?
Tebow.
Tebow was like my first player I really followed in the sport of football. But I'm talking like college, though. College.
The
So when he
whole
came
Florida
up through
team.
college to Denver, I was like, I got to
That's
get
true,
something
Donald.
Tebow. So I
He
got
was
something
on your
Tebow.
Florida team.
Oh my God.
Gators.
That's a good point. That's a good point. Yeah, he's added more teams to root for.
More teams.
This fucking guy, huh?
Eagles
This
changed their name to
fucking guy.
Shashfords. This is a good question. It is
Oh,
a
we
good
should-
question.
Yeah, we'll
That's a
come up
good
with
question.
that
The
next
good
time.
news is I did not spike my coffee today, so I should not be zoning out. So I should be good.
Should not be.
Wait, you usually spike your coffee?
Yeah, when I come on, when I have the coffee that I drink during the show, I have Bailey's in it, so I spike it.
What are we doing?
I can't, man.
Brian, you're like an onion, man. Each layer is more and more like.
There's more and more to it. Listen, I like to taste the Bailey's. I don't mind having my coffee.
Oh
So?
my God, I need a friggin'
Each
drink.
layer is more and more eye-watering. What the fuck?
Exactly.
Oh, man, it's just you know what, Brian? I
Six
poked
hundred
this.
teams and he's a semi-alcoholic. Oh.
Yeah,
Oh,
you
no,
know
no, I
what?
just like to taste the Bailey's. I just use it every now and then, though.
You know what? I was gonna wait until Brian said something worse, but just for a poke at Brian.
Why can't you ever say something useful for a change?
Okay, fair. I'm not even going to argue it. Fair.
Brian's like a character in Shameless.
Remember, guys, you could go order your bad take Brian shirts at the shop.
That's right.
It's in
There
the,
are. Speaking of which, John, 2 more games. 2 more.
It's not over yet.
2 more for Vegas.
It's not over yet.
I think the chat needs to know the ramifications of the bet.
Go
Okay,
ahead,
so I'm going
Brian.
to explain this to everybody real quick now that Luke is officially back.
Yeah,
gonna
I
explain the
disappeared
terms of the
randomly.
bet for those who weren't here a few weeks ago when we made this. So me and John made a bet on stream because we were talking about Vegas and like the end up of how the playoffs are going to go for the Stanley Cup. He outright said, I think it's between Edmonton and Colorado. Both teams didn't even make the conference finals. But I picked Vegas saying I think they're the strongest team. They're going to surprise a lot of people, and they're going to go to the finals in the Stanley Cup. Now, John disagreed, so we put a bet on the table. If Vegas doesn't make it to the final, I have to buy and wear on the next stream a Bad Takes Brian shirt. I have to do it no matter what. If they lose and they don't make it. But if Vegas does win it and go to the final, John has to get a piece of, I think we said it was gear, just generalized gear.
We said gear, but I'm willing to buy whatever. Like if it's
Okay.
something that it's like an embarrassing loss for me. Like I'm
I'll
willing
be
to
I'll
fight.
be nice about it, and if I tell you to get something autographed, I'll get it of a former Ranger player who was on the team.
Okay, that's
But here's what I'm gonna say. So if they do make the final, John has to get some kind of piece of gear from the Vegas Golden Knights to have, and he has to bring it on the next stream. You have to bring it, and you have to show it off for proof that you did it.
I know.
That's what has to be done. So it's basically about pride. John's pride as a Rangers fan and being a loyal one versus my dignity as someone who considers themselves a sports analyst.
Yeah, I mean your dignity, this might be like as of right now, and things have flipped in recent years. This might be like the first bet/take Brian is like winning on so far.
Yeah, I've been kicking ass on this one. I can't lie. I've been kicking ass.
You have been. So, give you credit there. Luca was shunned by John. I bet my bottom dollar.
I did not do anything.
It's the Crackle Nuts rivalry.
I've been charging my computer the entire time, and my computer just shut off. So it was weird.
Don't blame me.
I'm rooting for Vegas, but since Brian is on Team Vegas, I might have to change it. Luca has as many hats as Brian does.
Listen, give me 1 sec. I'm seeing something in the comments. Give me 1 sec with my camera.
no.
You guys can still hear me.
Yes,
But I
we
will
can
say
still hear
I'm
you.
going to be nice.
By the way, this does
I'm gonna
not
be
count
nice.
as a phase out or
It does not count as a
Does not
It
strike.
does not count because I'm making an adjustment here just to
he's
make it
making
nicer.
an adjustment. That's
Because
okay.
I know it's annoying a lot of people because I know we have a lot of Giants fans here, so I'm making a switch.
Wait, so
Oh.
you're taking the Giants helmet out?
No, not the Giants helmet. I'm doing this for you guys
Uh-oh.
because it's annoying a lot of the Giants fans in the chat, so I'm making the change.
Oh, so he's taking the Eagles hat out.
Yes, I'm doing this for you guys.
Jacob said strike 2.
Yankees, D Nizzy says Yankees in the World Series
Okay, it's back.
this year, and the Giants Jets Super Bowl. Who's with me? I wish Brian's nickname is Many Teams Men Sell.
I like that actually. I do like
That's
that.
a good one.
That's nice.
That's a very good one.
So I switched it out. Now you have the Buccaneers hat in place of it, if you guys can see it.
Yes.
And on the side of it, you can't even see the Eagles because it's a Texans hat.
The Texans.
Yeah, Houston. I got it. It was $10. It looked nice. I took it.
I agree. John should have to wear a banana suit.
the fuck am I gonna find a banana suit?
I
Look
also
what
like how
Donald's presenting.
Donald is presenting. Yes. Is that a Rizzo bobblehead?
I think
He's
you're
muted.
right. You pulled a me.
My apologies.
pulled a
Jedi
Brian.
Judge. Jedi Judge.
Okay. Because the bobblehead almost looks like Rizzo.
No, not really.
No?
He's batting right-handed there,
Yeah.
Brian.
I can't tell, but listen, bro. I'm not even
batting
focused on the
right-handed.
hands. I'm focused on the face. It looked a little bit like Rizzo in the face to me.
He's got a gap between his teeth. That's Aaron Judge.
I can't see the gap. It's the teeth are too white.
Okay.
I literally
There
can't
you
see
go.
it.
He doesn't look like Anthony Rizzo at all.
God.
Okay, now that you hold it up close, no, he doesn't. Now I got it.
We've come to
From a
an
distance, it did.
understanding. Yes. Brian, FYI, a sports analyst has to make good takes, which you don't.
Thanks,
Well,
Jacob. Appreciate it. But
Giants
listen, Stephen A.
helmet.
Smith's one of the highest paid sports analysts, and he has horrible takes too. So,
Oh, the
at
worst.
the same time, most of the media
Absolutely,
professionals
man.
you see have horrible takes.
That
You
is
got
correct.
him. You got Nick Wright on Fox Sports 1.
Oh,
Oh, I hate him.
Colin Coward.
Don't forget about
Colin
Colin Coward
Coward.
too.
FS1 is just
None of them.
terrible with that stuff. Like ESPN.
I
is
was
bad, but
also-
FS1 is
Can I
worse.
also add with the Stephen A. Smith thing before I get another charger? Because this charger is killing it. Is not killing it. But anyway, Stephen A. Smith said on his Carmelo Anthony tribute, the one mistake Melo.
And he
And he
couldn't
cut
even
off.
finish
Oh,
the sentence.
You know what? It has to be like Brian gave some
oh man.
C's to Luca. That's
They
what
gave
had
what?
to happen.
He was going nuts behind the scenes, I can guarantee.
He probably at least threw his laptop once or twice. He'll be making an entrance in here. Just get my charger. Yes, come in. But come on. This is your laptop that died, not mine.
This is just
Brian needs to get his eyes tested.
I probably should.
And I'll strike one. John should have let it. Should have to sing "Let It Go" from Frozen.
why?
Oh,
No.
I do like that.
All right, but
I
we're
like
not
that
changing.
one.
You want to make another bet
I'll
with me
give
on
you-
something? We can.
Listen, we could always do another bet, but I'm enjoying this one way too much.
There's
listen,
a lot of.
they've got some
I
good
like the
ideas.
banana
Jacob
suit.
had one earlier. Jacob said that you should do a banana suit.
We can do another bet for that. We just have to figure it out.
So what would the bet be? The Mets not making the playoffs?
John's pessimistic enough about his team. I don't think he's going to
He's
make a bet.
pessimistic, so I think he would say it.
That's a tough
This
one.
would be him not being angry. This would be him being hopeful.
I'm not willing to make the bet. I don't know.
I know you wouldn't. Just by the little handle name alone, feeble Mets lose again. I know you wouldn't.
Yeah, you might have to change that because they kind of won.
I know.
Oh, yes. He becomes the NYY News TV event.
Oh
He's at
my
a banana
gosh.
suit.
We have
out
to
of-
figure.
great.
We have to figure out a bet. That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
It's hard to make a bet now.
No, no, and no, Matt Riley. I will not be purchasing those people.
I'm going to be starring comments with this.
Okay.
Let's see. Yeah, well, he'd sell a lot of tickets just to everyone see him in a banana suit.
You guys have to find the bet that I will actually take. All right, and I will consider doing it. Oh, I will do it if I lose. I'm saying, but you have to find something that is actually worth betting.
Okay.
Rough day at the office, Luca.
Yeah, the previous charger I had sucks because it's on the icon on my right of the laptop says it's charging, but it went from 4% to 1%. It's like one of those chargers where you can't use the computer while you're charging it. So I grabbed Alex's charger. It sucks. But the point, I'm sorry to interrupt. The point I was illustrating before was Stephen A. Smith's bad take. He said the one regret Melo should have in his career is not joining the Big Three in Miami.
Oh, fuck off.
He said it should have.
He said that.
He said it this morning while he was doing his little Melo tribute, half-assed. He said it
Give me
should
a
have been
break.
Melo, Wade, James instead of Wade. Wade, LeBron, and Bosh.
Well, isn't that true? Like what the plan was originally, or
Melo wasn't a free agent at the time.
no? I understand that, but weren't they like having talks about it because Melo and LeBron they were all close? I mean, they still
Could have
are.
been possible.
But I don't think he regretted his time in New
And
York.
I just got to say this, a little foreshadowing. I can't wait for Donald to rip Evan Roberts again because Evan Roberts ripped Carmelo Anthony.
Oh no! This is gonna be
Oh,
fun.
good God.
It's gonna be fun.
Did I not give him a lesson in understanding the last time?
Yeah, you did actually.
Listen, your lectures have been on point lately. You've been a little bit more timid though.
Oh,
You haven't
today
been as,
too
like,
with
crazy about it, like with
with the-
insults.
What did he say?
Oh no.
We're
I
pulling
thought-
up the tweet.
Well, I thought I was going to save it, but he says this is the headline for Odyssey. Evan Roberts finds the timing of Carmelo Anthony's retirement to be a bit odd. "Quote unquote, it kind of makes him look bad."
In what way?
What? Did he say anything after that?
I'll look on the actual, link, but that's what he said.
I want to hear exactly.
Share it. Share the screen.
Yes, please. Because
Okay,
is he
I will-
trying to say that it's like he should have waited till the off season when everything was done to announce his retirement?
All right, so
That's what I don't understand.
audio's on mute. That's all good. Alex, can you share for us? Because we're about to go through this right now. Anyways, Evan Roberts, Carmelo Anthony announced his retirement on Monday. While Evan is a steady supporter of the former Knick, he couldn't help but notice the timing of Anthony's announcement. "Do you find the timing of it kind of odd?" Evan asked Craig. "Carmelo Anthony was a tremendous Denver Nugget, but here the Denver Nuggets are, for the first time since moving to the NBA, on the verge of an NBA Finals, something Melo did not accomplish. Is it odd that on the eve of that, he wants to make himself the story?"
Is he crazy?
What?
Oh no, we're gonna
What?
get a Donald rant.
No
I want
way
it.
he
I
said
want
that.
it. I want it. Give me a Donald
No way
rant.
he
I
said
wanna hear
that.
it unfiltered.
That's so
He
wild.
didn't say
Unfiltered.
What, Luca? That's a joke.
I mean, there's
Matt Riley is
more.
probably going
There's
off.
more to scroll down to.
Please don't. I'm terrified.
Evan
No, I want to
isn't
hear it.
Evan is not sure if the timing was intentional, as the franchise he requested a trade from looks to sweep the Lakers on Monday night and reach the NBA Finals. But the timing of it does serve as a reminder of what Anthony was not able to accomplish with his first NBA team before coming to New York. I think Carmelo Anthony was a great player who was a first ballot Hall of Famer. With that being said, it kind of makes him look bad to announce your retirement as the team you are most known for is about to do something you couldn't do with them. You were Mr. First Round Exit when you were with Denver. I just find it a little odd, that's all. Fact check, Carmelo Anthony, one of his latter years with Denver actually made it to the conference finals and lost to Kobe. Still, that question should not overshadow what Carmelo Anthony was able to do on the court, regardless of his lack of playoff success outside of his trip to the Western Conference Finals. He was a great player. Before Jalen Brunson was willing you into a Game 6, Carmelo Anthony was. I'm just saying it's a little weird to be announcing it right before the Nuggets were about to win the Western Conference Finals.
That's complete idiocy.
Oh,
I don't even want to. I got nothing to say. But I like Matt's comment though.
so disrespectful. So disrespectful. Just to start with, Mr. First Round Exit. What? I mean, he had a lot of success. Mr. First Round Exit. He got the Knicks to the second round. The Knicks were a couple of games away from a conference finals. Got conference finals with the Nuggets. Mr. First Round Exit. Very disrespectful. Top 10 best scorer in all time. In basketball history. Number 9 all time. And points scored. What a championship with the Syracuse Orangemen. So yeah. I'm not really seeing Mr. First Round Exit. Top 75 NBA player of all time. How about just show respect instead of looking so deeply into the crosshairs of it? Like, oh, the timing. Oh, the team that he's most known for. I think the team he's most known for is the New York Knicks, actually. But he had a very, very successful time with the Nuggets. But again, it's just very disrespectful. And the idea that, Melo needs to steal the limelight away from the Nuggets, bro, that is a reach. That's such a serious reach. Like, first of all, the Nuggets were never, ever winning a championship. Ever. At the point where Carmelo Anthony decided to leave the Nuggets. They were never, ever going to win a championship. There were no chance. That's why he wanted to leave. There was zero chance. Right? Second of all, it's been like 20 years. I think he's pretty much over it now. Right? And I think the Nuggets are pretty much over it. It's done. It's dusted. It's a different era of basketball. Carmelo Anthony chose to retire. That's it. It's as simple as that. There's no timing issues. There's nothing malicious going on. There's not Melo scheming with his agent going, oh, how can I fuck things up for the Nuggets? Give me a break. As if he gives a flying fuck about the Nuggets. I'm not seeing him over in Denver. I saw him in Madison Square Garden rooting for the Knicks. Right? So, like, give me a freaking break. It's a different... He's like, he moved on. And Evan can't move on. Because Evan is... I honestly, I have no respect for Evan.
Whiny baby.
Like, he is a fucking prick. He is a prick. That is Evan Roberts. He is a prick. And it doesn't matter that whatever team he roots for, I don't care what team he roots for, but there has to be an element of professionalism in your job, especially when you're doing a drive time show. But the fact that you openly hate on the Knicks, despise on the Knicks, right? Openly despise the Yankees, right? And have absolutely no interest in the Giants whatsoever. And those are the three teams that tend to be the focus on WFAN, right? And he just kind of rubs it in your face that he's a Nets fan, right? He rubs it in your face at all times. Like, he went to that Knicks game, playoff game, and he was laughing it up with a video. Going, did you guys see that on Twitter?
Yeah, with was it Tommy Lugauer, I think, the producer of the show, constantly filming him. All the bad moments. I think it was from the
look at this. The Knicks are losing. What are you thinking? Like, bro, how did he not punch him in the face? How did he not punch him in the face and then shove that cell phone right up his ass? Because that's what anyone else would have done. He's lucky he got away with that because that was such a fucking joke. Because if the shoe was on the other foot, how would he have liked it? How would he have liked it? Right? So give me a fucking break. He's an asshole. He's a turd. And he knows fucking nothing about the Knicks. And he knows nothing about Carmelo Anthony. And he knows nothing about the fucking Denver Nuggets. So shut the fuck up and stay in your lane.
Yeah. So Brian's giving Donald credit for the rant. Brian, taking NBA fan base applications. Whoever trades for Giannis is getting an unloyal fan that has horrible takes.
I'm sick with my Bucks, even if he leaves.
Craig
I will stick with
Carton
them.
is a bald dumbass.
I picked that team
we were
before he
referring-
even got there. So I'm sticking with that team.
Well, we were referring to Evan Roberts, but Craig Carton isn't the smartest one in the room.
But I'm also going to add to this, too, when you were saying about Evan Roberts. This is the same group of guys. I'm going to group them now together because Carton and Roberts are both retarded.
Yeah, they do a show.
So let's just call it what it is. Roberts is the same guy who just a few weeks ago got in hot water because he went on the air with Carton saying that the Rays are cheating, and that's why they're doing well. They're doing well because they're cheating. That happened, too.
And don't forget, Brian.
An article too that says it because he goes, "There's something suspicious about that, by the way, very suspicious." And then Carton said, "Yeah, they're probably cheating." And Roberts goes, "I didn't say it, but all I know is I'm a baseball fan. I know baseball. I like baseball. I was very skeptical with what I saw this weekend." And Carton even added to this, and they're just making this worse. Carton said that their performance makes no sense at all, and he called the Rays a bunch of journeymen outperforming their baseball cards.
Right, I mean, that's also disrespectful. Again, stay in your lane. You don't know anything about the Rays or their organization. If you know baseball, you know that they're one of the best. They are obviously the most analytical team, but they have the best usage of analytics. That's how they're able to make the most out of performances and make the most out of value. They are very, very good at it. They're so good at it that the Yankees have tried to aspire to that level and failed, right? So, again, if you knew baseball, you would know that. And also, Brian, he did the same thing with Aaron Judge the other day. He went, "Isn't it a little bit strange that all the times that Aaron Judge just kept looking over there?
Yep,
he just
they
kept
all hopped
looking
on
to
it.
this side?
Yeah.
Didn't you find that odd?" I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying it's odd. Right? Go fuck yourself.
Tell the Blue Jays
Right.
pitcher to stop tipping pitches. How's that?
Exactly. Isn't it just a
I'm
little
really
bit
telling you
weird?
this because
And Craig's like, "Yeah, he's cheating." Like, what the fuck is going on with that show?
you ask any baseball player, former MLB player, what they saw there, they're going to tell you exactly what Judge was looking at. He was looking at the dugout because they were tipping the pitches. The pitcher
Yes.
admitted in the post-game interview that he was tipping pitches. He admitted it. And Robert still went on the air and says, "Isn't it a little suspicious? I don't know. It's a little suspicious."
You know what? The optics are so weird. I must say. The optics
guys
are
like
so
that
weird.
that shouldn't have a job. And if it wasn't for the fact that Francesa left WFAN, he wouldn't have been in this position in the first place.
No, of course not. And the optics are so weird because, like, what was it? Not even 2 weeks ago. Oh, Aaron Boone should be manager of the month. Oh, Aaron Boone. What? Yankee fans are spoiled. Aaron Boone is like this greatest manager, right? But then you're going to accuse their star player of cheating. It's just pick a lane.
It's even funnier because it's just like you go through his bios online and you look him up. He's a Mets fan. And reading how much he hates on the Yankees, I'm like, before you hate on the Yankees, and I've been saying this to Mets fans a lot lately, we have no right to hate on each other at all because we both suck. We both are not good. We have no right to come at each other and start saying, "Yo, Cookie can't pitch." Yeah, tell you guys to stay healthy. Like we can't do that.
Exactly, that's right.
We can't get out of the gutter. We can't get out of our own ways right now. That's why I haven't hated that much on John and his Mets because I know they're going through a hard time, and we got no place to talk.
I think we're all in agreement on that.
Yeah,
I need to say something. I'd like to congratulate. I'll throw Brian in here. I'd like to congratulate the five of us because we are officially better than that utter dog water, hot pile of hot fucking garbage, dog shit show that they put out there. They are a joke. That's the take they come up with? Now, hold on. I am not saying that they have never watched sports. They don't have a professional career. I am not saying that. I'm trying to be nice and respectful. Alex and Luca know I've been trying to be nicer to people. But when idiots talk, this is why I get upset. Because you have a man who knows pretty much nothing about Carmelo Anthony. All right? And by the way, Roberts and Carton and whoever else goes on that show and the producers, basketball is the little game with the orange ball and the hoops and the net on the ends, and there's usually a 5-on-5. I just didn't want to go too fast for them. But anyway, what a terrible take. I mean, what an awful take. You mean to tell me that Carmelo Anthony, probably one of the top 3 or 4 Knicks players ever, one of the best players in Denver's franchise history, is getting criticized for retiring because his old team, which he hasn't played for since when, 2010,
2011. Beginning like way early 2011.
Yeah, 2011, right? During the middle of that season where he got dealt. So this is over a decade ago. You think he cares about what happened? No? Like, what are we talking about here? Like, you know what? I've never seen any of the 5 of us go reach on a sports take because we use facts. And yeah, we have our opinions, but we back it up with facts. What fact does these clowns have? Seriously, give me the fact. Give me one fact that they use. I've sat there with Luca at a time on Friday.
Bro, we were watching it on Friday. Literally, Evan Salicata was literally filling
nothing
for Craig Carton.
Nothing.
Bullshit.
They talked about nothing. They were the greatest at talking about nothing, okay? Because they don't know anything. Please, I implore you all, do not watch their show. You can come watch our show, which, of course, I'm promoting, but do not watch their show anymore. They don't know anything. They are morons, and they just reach for takes.
That's exactly it.
Yes.
No, it is. I don't even listen to that show. I can't do it. There's no sports knowledge involved. There's zero sports knowledge involved.
It's just talking. It's all it is. Talking.
None of them have any insider knowledge.
This is
insider sources. They just Craig Carton is there as a shock jock. He's made a phenomenal career as a shock jock. That is it. He's not a sports fan necessarily. He's kind of like a part-time sports fan, right? He's kind of into it, but he's not an insider. He doesn't know the ins and outs. I know for a fact that all of us know more about sports than he does. All of us. And so he's just a shock jock. And then you got Evan, who's been promoted from Joe Beningo, where Joe Beningo actually made him. It was Joe Beningo, which was the star of that show. And he was just the guy that came along and gave his takes. And it was a fun show. And that's cool. But he was a kind of a quiet guy. But he put his like points across and he was fine like that. But since he got promoted with the shock jock, he felt he needed to match that shock jockness, right? And now he's coming across like little boy syndrome, that little dick syndrome, where he's got a big mouth now, and I don't know where it's come from. And it's all just to match up with Craig Carton's terrible takes. And now the two of them are competing for who's got the worst take, and it's so insulting. It's insulting for a knowledgeable New York fan base, which we have in the city. We know our shit. We just want to listen to people that know their shit. And they don't know their shit. And that's the fucking thing. I don't fucking care who he roots for. I actually sometimes prefer guys that don't root for the teams I root for because I quite like an even take. But he doesn't do it because he's such a fucking shock jock or a bad shock jock. Craig Carton's a much better shock jock than he is because at least he's funny at times. Evan's just a little sniggering asshole.
Very good points. And
I also add something. I apologize again. WFAN Sports Radio came up on my Twitter feed. Evan has 2 Yankee controversies to address.
Oh, great.
We're going to do this. Please don't.
Can any of your starting pitchers not use sticky stuff?
That's what one of them said.
Come on.
That's what
Well,
one of them said.
That's one. Number
oh my
two.
Gosh.
Did
Yeah,
Isaiah
Let's just be honest, let's get out of the way. This is
Time,
all on
time,
Armand.
time.
It has nothing to do with anybody else. Let's keep that in mind.
The second best. This is the second quote. You guys are gonna laugh your asses off. Did Isaiah Kiner-Falefa spit at Harrison Bader after a miscommunication?
What?
He's just digging for shit.
Here,
That's
okay, pull this up again. Hold on.
Why can't you ever say something useful for a change?
Thank you. Oh my God.
Oh
You had-
my god.
And this is from the Mets fan. You had one guy that was supposedly caught with sticky stuff or rod or whatever it was. To say that it's every pitcher is like just basically you're accusing them of cheating, which is just
It's not like they have. It's not like it's impacted them because they haven't been that good. Garrett Cole is the only one that's been consistent. Cortez not that great. Brito not that great. Just got optioned. Clark Schmidt, even with the sticky stuff, he's still not that good. And then I feel like I'm missing one. Whoever that is.
He's accusing the Yankees of cheating because of the Clark Schmidt thing on Friday and the Domingo Germán thing, which was last week.
Which the Schmidt thing was cleared. They cleared and said it was nothing sticky. They felt
He was
his
talking about
hands.
the spin
There was
rate,
nothing
Brian. He
sticky
was
and it
talking
was
about the
no car
spin
substance.
rate. He was talking about the spin rate.
It just feels like utter nonsense.
I don't get it. I don't get it. Did he ever refer to Garrett Cole? Because there was a lot of that talk too, saying that he can't pitch because there's no spider tack.
Here's
Years ago about that.
Here's what Evan Roberts was quoted as saying. Here's the bad news. Can you explain to me why Clark Schmidt's spin rates were through the roof on Friday? Clark Schmidt, who usually sucks, washes his hands, gets the fuzzy thing off, yet his spin rate was through the roof. I don't blame David Bell. David Bell was like, what the hell is going on here? Why is this guy still in the game? And Roberts continued, how many guys in a row are you guys going to have to wash your hands and get your hands checked? It sounds like, and God bless them for doing it because it's working, because it sounds like they've got a thing going on.
Okay. All right.
Interesting.
Yeah, Clark Schmidt didn't even have. It was not even like that great of a start for Clark Schmidt. 5 innings, 5 hits, 6 strikeouts, 2 earned runs, 2 walks.
on. I don't want to
Not
hear
like
it.
he
I
pitched.
don't want to hear with this pitching argument. I'm done with it. I'm done with it. We've done this now 3 times. We've had our pitchers checked and had to be told to do stuff. I mean, come on now. Armand, I'm going to make an exception for just because Armand is a horrible
Scumbag.
person for doing that.
Yeah, he's a scumbag.
Yeah.
Terrible
The
teammate.
fact you didn't get a longer suspension still shocks me.
Complete moron.
He should have gone a much longer suspension. I completely agree. And
He
the
should have
Yankees-
gotten a longer one. He should have got a Pineda type suspension because when Pineda happened,
Twice.
we were all pissed too. We were pissed when it happened with Pineda too.
yeah,
Like,
I
we
was
didn't hold
pissed
back.
for
As Yankee
Armand.
fans, listen, we're all real Yankee fans here, minus John, but we all know how we react when we find out our guys cheated. We're not happy. A lot of Yankee fans are still upset that A-Rod had the steroid issue. They still talk about it. In fact, there was this problem that I noticed where people were ranking the most overrated players of the 21st century so far. They have A-Rod at the top of the list.
Oh, I saw the list that you're talking
To
about.
which my
that was
answer is,
unbelievable.
how
That
is
was
he at
garbage.
the top of the list? Is it just because of the steroids? That's what I don't get.
That's what
That's
happens
why I
when
don't
you have
understand
AI.
it. Like, you can't disregard the fact of everything he's done as the Florida Panthers just scored a goal, and I'm going to get hype in a second. But back to the point. With this whole situation with the cheating and just the accusations, you can't make one assumption off of one guy because they're trying to group together the fact that Armand got kicked out of one game, which led to Ian Hamilton getting hurt, which then also led to the judge peaking thing. And they're trying to grasp at everything because of one guy's mistake. That's what I don't get. And this is just, again, showing this. And this is what it's showing. There's just this thing with media. They want to create a story out of nothing. The big mainstream stuff want to pull stories out of their asses. That's what they want to do. Okay? ESPN does it all the time. I can't even watch an ESPN show these days. I can't watch it. I go to put on First Take. The first thing they're talking about is LeBron cooked after game 1. Okay. I want to see another topic. I try to sit there because it's JJ Redick, and I like listening to JJ Redick because he's really got some great opinions. I like the inside analysis. But then the next talk, something about Brady, even though he's retired. I'm tired of the same stuff, and they create outrage out of nothing. It's what all these media markets do. It's like you're better off going with smaller creators like us. because we're going to be honest and we're going to tell you how it is. We don't hold back with our teams. I mean, one person who really doesn't hold back? John. John's another person who doesn't hold back. His team sucks. He outright says they suck. And he's got nicknames for every single one of them when they suck. What do you call Danny Vogelback?
Danny Vogel shit.
Okay. What's Lindor's nickname?
Linda.
Steven Nogosek.
No-go shit.
What about Kodai Senga?
I don't have any. I like him.
Okay. I mean, I know he's been shaky recently, but that's why I'm asking you that.
He
What about
pitched.
the 40-year-old, who's also, by the way, I've read this number the other day, according to MLB Network. He's in the top 5 oldest active players right now in the MLB. How do you feel? What's your nickname for him?
Who? I didn't hear the name. I'm sorry.
Justin Verlander.
I don't have a bad nickname for him.
Well, you need to go into like 2 more bad names. You got Eduardo Escobar.
Easy out Escobar. Easy
Okay.
out Escobar.
Okay. What about Canna?
Can of shit.
Starling Marte. Last one.
This one's from Frank the Tank, Starling Farte, because he's been a fucking fart out there.
Okay, but my point is made. We're honest. We're going to tell you how it is, and we're going to talk about every topic, and we're not going to make it and blow it out of proportion like it's a big deal.
And Brian, I want to pick up on your Brian. I want to pick up your point on A-Rod being the most overrated player from 2000. So here's the stats from 2000 to 2010. 465 home runs, 1,368 RBIs, 300 batting average, a 400 OBP, a 976 OPS, and a 151 OPS plus, and multiple MVPs, and of course a World Series championship. What part of that is overrated? A 300 batting average over 10 years, over 450 home runs in 10 years, and 1,300 RBIs in 10 years. So he is averaging well over 40 home runs and 100 RBIs and a 300 batting average each year over 10-year span. There is nothing about that that's overrated. That is a fucking joke take. A fucking joke take, and it's disrespectful. Yeah. Again, disrespectful just because you hate on a guy for taking steroids. That's it. And it's just because you don't like him as a personality. That's why, right? Because everybody took steroids between 2000 and 2010 who were hitting big home runs. Rafael Primero, fucking Sammy Sosa, McGuire, Bonds, all of them. And everyone's favorite David Ortiz. He was doing steroids too, right? But the one guy isn't in the Hall of Fame is Alex Rodriguez. Why? Because he's not everyone's favorite person. But that's a separate issue. But this idea that he is fucking overrated is absolutely disrespectful and disgraceful if you look at those stats. He is a freaking Hall of Famer.
And I'm going to bring up a couple more things that I saw in the comments just real quick. Matt saying, nope, Brian, you have a Scherzer jersey and wear it, so are you a Yankees fan? It's a Scherzer t-shirt, and there's a lot of story behind that. And I know John knows the story of why I have the Scherzer shirt. He knows the story, which was literally to just troll Met fans at Citi Field so I can get the Yankee jersey on the Jumbotron. That was exactly why.
Got the whiteboard again.
You know what's funny? We got on the Jumbotron, but I don't think you showed your jersey.
I did. I swear. I pulled it out of the bag.
I don't think you did it this time, but that's the story.
I swear.
For day.
I swear. You knew it was on me. I wore it to the game.
I know we got on the Tron, but I don't remember. But okay.
I promise you it was in the bag. They showed us. I pulled it out of the bag, and they started booing a little bit. I heard it. I promise you. I know it was like a year ago, but I know.
But also, to add on to like the A-Rod point, steroids don't make you good at defense.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The best shortstops before going over third.
And I'm going to add also Jacob's comment. Brian, didn't the judge thing happen before Armand's suspension? Because the judge thing happened Monday, Armand got thrown on Tuesday. Yes, you're correct. But I'm also saying, what I meant to say by that was they already had the judge info. Now they threw in Armand getting caught cheating with substances. Now they're trying to group it together and make it a bigger story, which is what happens. You create crumbs, and they try to make a whole bread out of it. They try to make bread out of crumbs. That's what it is. Yeah. It's terrible. Exactly. So yeah, that's really it.
Just a couple more comments here. Not to mention one of the greatest playoff performances in 2009. Yeah, 2009. The real name,
Exactly.
Aaron
He also had over 100 stolen bases in that 10-year period. 183 stolen bases in that 10-year period, and a 400 OBP. That has nothing to do with steroids either.
Nope.
Stealing bases and getting on base has nothing to do with steroids. Defense, nothing to do with steroids.
To be fair, everyone I heard on WFAN saying Judge did nothing wrong, stealing signs. Well, actually, I don't know about that, Charles, because like I know Boomer Esiason and Gio was one of the guys who called it out too. Gio's like, oh yeah, Judge cheated. Like, what's Gio's team? Is Gio like a Met fan or something? Like,
Yes, he is.
I don't-
He's a Met fan.
Okay,
you guys don't have scripts. Those shows do.
exactly.
Or
We don't
Fox
have scripts.
accused of
Everything you're
cheating.
hearing is unfiltered.
Yeah. And by the way, too, I'm just going to say this, and this is not like, because we still get revenue either way. Every time we curse, it takes a little bit of the percentage, a tiny tad bit of our revenue away. Not like 100%, but sometimes it will limit some like portions of ads and all these other different things. So what I
We
will
use
say is this:
Twitter?
we are making sacrifices just to bring you guys like the real content and shit like that.
Exactly.
So, and I have not said anything, because what matters more to me is the fact that we're authentic and that we're allowed to voice our opinions, whether it's cursing or not, rather than just saying, okay, we're cash cows now.
Yeah, let's not make it PC. Exactly.
Yeah. I'm not upset about A-Rod because other players like Ortiz were doing the same thing. Yeah, but Ortiz is in the Hall of Fame and A-Rod will never, unfortunately.
Yeah, but then there's also guys like Sammy Sosa's not in the Hall of Fame.
Uh-huh.
Bonds is in the Hall of Fame. Rocket's not in the Hall of Fame. All those guys used roids, or were at least accused. But they all have were some of the best players to ever touch the diamond. For example, I will still say it to this day. Barry Bonds was probably the greatest hitter of all time. If it's not him, I'd probably say Hank Aaron.
There's a lot on that list. Tony Gwynn was also very underrated. He
He
didn't
was,
do
yes.
steroids, but Tony Gwynn.
Still, yeah. I mean, but when you think of hitting, you think of one person, and it's Barry Bonds. That's usually the person you think of when you think of hitters.
Exactly.
No matter what happened. And in terms of pitching, nobody was more successful for longer than Clemens. Clemens was very successful as pitcher.
A-Rod might be a top 5 player of all time. I don't know if he's a top 5, but he's a top player. He's a top player of this 21st century and like late 90s. I mean,
Imagine if he was
definitely-
never moved from the third base position. I mean, from the shortstop position.
Very solid points all around. Very solid points. Shouts to Disgruntled. What's going on? Disgruntled in the chat. But Brian, before we shift a little bit into the other New York team, and also we give out awards for the Yankees as well, what are your thoughts on the way the Yankees have been playing the last few days?
They've been playing really well. That's one thing I could say for sure. Way better than they've been in the past. I think that's probably more attributed to the teams we played than anything else, especially because it was the Reds, and the Reds are an easy team to take care of, unless you're the Mets. But I have to say, I mean, if you want to go into player awards, I'll tell you straight up, for hitting, it's absolutely Aaron Judge. I'm not disagreeing with that by any means. The dude, is he still on that home run streak?
I don't think he's on the streak anymore, but it's still pretty friggin' good.
He hit a lot of homers. He hit a lot of homers in this.
He's got 7 home runs in 8 games.
It's unbelievable. That's ridiculous. And that's why, it's tough, man. I'm really happy for him. He's finally picking up because we can see what happens when he's healthy. That might be an off-camera take that I might have to take back at some point. You remember the one that I said that I don't think Judge can replicate the season he had last year?
Well, I mean, it's
It's
very
early,
hard to put up 61, 62 home runs.
He could come back, and he could do it. The way he's hitting, if he stays consistent and stays on the field, he could totally hit it. Which means, again, I'd have to take back my take to Donald, because Donald said he could totally do it again.
Oh, I think he can do it again. I'm not sure if it'll be this year, but I think he'll give it another run with a fully healthy year. Those 10 days. But the crazy thing is he's on exactly the same
Base.
pace, which is crazy. Guy's
He is.
incredible.
It's
Guy's
unbelievable. And I think in terms of, like pitching, I think so far the best pitcher, who am I going to say is the best pitcher of the series? Because even though we didn't give up many runs in the series, besides, which one was it? The second game, I think we gave up like 4 runs.
Something like that, yeah.
I think like overall, we should not have given up that many runs to the Reds. We shouldn't have gave up more than 3 a game. And we had one game where we gave up 4. But I don't know if that was the bullpen situation or if that was the starter struggling. I don't remember exactly what that was.
That was Burrito, I think.
Okay.
That was the second game. So Burrito, I think, was charged with 3 of the 4 runs almost. So
okay. I'm just trying to come up with what pitchers pitched in this 3-game stretch. Trying to remember. I know Schmidt pitched the first game. He did okay.
Okay.
Yeah, he did okay. And then I know the most recent game when we won 4-1, that was on the mound for that one. That was Severino. Mm-hmm. Severino had a really good game this week as a starter. So if we're going off starter pitchers, I will absolutely say Sevy. Sevy had a really good showing. I mean, he gave up one bad pitch, which was really in the first inning when he gave up the home run to India. But after that,
there was also that bullcrap double because Boone got ejected off of that. That scored a run, I think, for the Reds.
Yep, which I'm liking actually to see from Boone because somebody mentioned it earlier before I came on, and I really actually agreed with the statement saying that Boone's starting to show more fire lately, like a manager who really wants to be here. So that's something I really am noticing that now.
It's about time.
I mean, hopefully it's not like fake or anything, but like obviously he was like in the face of Brian Honora on Sunday, and I think he got ejected once in the Blue Jays series. I don't remember which instance it was. Oh yeah, it was before the whole Judge thing. But real quickly, just gonna get.
Remember, he was yelling at the Blue Jays.
Yeah, he was yelling at Pete Walker. He was yelling at Pete Walker.
Fuck down. You shut the fuck down.
So
what do you say, Brian? Please don't say what. Don't say what, Matt. Don't say what.
What did Brian say?
What did he say?
I think he was talking about Aaron Boone in the fire part.
I'm starting to see it a little bit. I'm not saying again that it's a reason for him to still like be considered a better manager now, but you have your moments.
You're gonna
like seeing a guy who fights
for Brian with Matt Riley.
Before we get to player awards,
always going at each other with takes.
Before we do player awards, I just want to do a quick roll call. 161 River Avenue.
Yes, I was about to shout you out. What's up, man?
Thank you so much, guys. Charles Barkley. Sunil, good to see you, Sunil, my guy. Good to see you, my man. I hope you're doing well. And Booyah, all Matt, Legend, all these guys. So shout out.
Yes. I also forgot to go to one comment earlier. I got to scroll up a little bit because it was in the whole, like, we were talking about New York sports. Chris D says, fuck yeah, New York sports talk with bros with thick New York accents, my dream. Well, my
guy. That's the guy. That's Star. That one. That's a favorite. That one.
Got a favorite that one. Got a star that one. I mean, my accent comes out more if you talk to me.
Bobrovsky, what a save! He's been unstoppable, John.
Boone's balls the size of Pinocchio's nose.
Off the skate.
Jays will never win shit. Their coaching staff, as I said, they're a team that can't prove crap. They got all the talent in the world. They never say nice things about Boone. Well, I mean, it depends. I'm not gonna say because it was gonna come out really wrong. How is Peraza doing in the minors? By the way, can we move him to third? I don't know if I have much hope for like anything in terms of like Peraza.
I'll look into that for you guys. That's a good question.
Yeah, that's a good question. But meanwhile, Donald's looking that up. Luca, who are you throwing your best pitcher, best hitter awards for this past week for the Yankees?
Best hitters unanimously Aaron Judge for my thoughts, and best pitcher. Oof. I guess Severino pitched well enough on Sunday to impress me, so I'll go with him.
Yeah, I'm going to take Judge, and I'm also going to take – now, if you're talking about this past series, I'm taking Sevy. If I'm talking about this past week, I'm taking Garrett Cole because he had a very good start. No runs, no nothing like that a few days ago. I think that was on Wednesday. I think it was the day the Yankees blew it when Wandy gave up that home run to Danny Jansen. Best pitcher is clearly Ryan Weber. I mean, obviously. I think it's Nick Ramirez, obviously. But Donald, whenever you got a shot, also aside from Peraza numbers, best hitter and best pitcher.
So yeah, best hitter is obviously Aaron Judge. I'd love to give a shout out to Bader as well. I think we'll get a separate award for Bader if we can. Maybe give another award like Energizer Bunny Award or the Captain Clutch Award or something like that. But yeah, he deserves a separate award or maybe a Gold Glove Award. But Aaron Judge, as I said earlier in the stream, 16 RBIs, 14 hits, 1,000 OPS, 7 home runs, and just 8 games. And batting he's got his batting average up like at least 60 points in that span. He's doing historic stuff over that span, so he definitely gets the award for that. And pitching, that's a tough one. I think that's been on.
Who?
Do I give it to Clay Holmes?
Nah, he's been good. He's been good the last few days.
You've been hating on him lately, though. Can you give it
I
to him?
despise it. I can't stand him. So let me give it to Mike King.
He will not sell out. He will not do it.
He will
I will
not.
never
He won't give it up. He won't give it up. Shouts to MH in the chat. What's going on? Aaron Judge is Clark Kent, Superman. I mean, to be fair, this is way out of proportion. But there is a teacher that teaches at my school that kind of looks like Clark Kent, as people would say. As someone said it on Rate My Professor, I swear to God, somebody said it, but a certain teacher.
Okay. Can we also give a quick shout out to Ben Rortvet for proving that he actually existed in the trade?
Yes. Thank
Shout
you,
out to Ben
Brian.
Rortvet.
Ben Rortvet actually exists, and he also
Hit a big double to start off his
yes,
his Yankee
he
career.
exists. So Ben Rortvet for the award of actually existing as something as a human being on this planet. That's your award, right?
He
All
didn't
right,
play
I've
bad. He didn't play
got
bad.
my guys' numbers for AAA. According to Baseball Reference, Peraza is batting 362 with a 413 OBP and a 982 OPS, with 3 home runs and 11 RBIs and 5 stolen bases.
Wow.
Pretty good.
I mean,
Pretty good.
to be fair, like the Mets called up Gary Sanchez when he was hitting really well, but the Yankees don't want to do anything with Peraza. I'm going to shut my mouth because that's a redundant argument. It's right though. I love watching Bader play baseball. He's just so cool. Didn't like John Schneider like pick on him, call him frat boy or something? I could have sworn that.
I don't remember that.
Yes, he did. What did he say? Was it fat boy or frat boy?
I want to say
He
frat
said-
boy.
He
Could have
said
been.
fat boy.
I don't know how he's
He
fat
said
though. Like
fat
if that's
boy.
if
Was
that's
it
And they
fat?
said it was Fat Boy, and we know who he
Fat.
referred to too.
Who
It was
was
one
it?
of the Yankees bench coaches.
That's
He
Oh,
was
was it
Dylan
Rojas?
right. You're right.
Was it Rojas?
was it Dylan
Or-
Lawson?
It
I
wasn't
think it was
Rojas.
Rojas.
It wasn't Rojas.
Wasn't? Who was it?
He said fat. I gotta remember who it was, but they talked
Was it
about the other
Dylan
day
Lawson?
on Twitter. I gotta say it. I think Heyman tweeted about it too. He called out who it was.
It was either Dylan Lawson or Carlos Mendoza.
I'm gonna
Why
type
didn't he
in
get called
on
up for
Twitter,
that?
"Shut up, Fat Boy," and see what comes up.
Why didn't he get called out for that?
I don't know. He just didn't. Yeah, he clearly said "Shut up, Fat Boy," which is hysterical because it's incredibly ironic for John Snyder.
It is, but it's also hilarious considering if any of us ever said that to anyone in the modern world, we get called fat shamers and we get in serious trouble. So-
Exactly.
How is it
dare he
okay
say
for him to
fat?
be caught as a representative of Major League Baseball saying that about a fellow employee?
Here we go. Apparently, it was Brad Wilkerson.
A former baseball player himself.
Apparently,
Over
Brad
Corey.
Wilkerson, I think, was the one who was called Fat Boy, and that's who he was
I think Brad
referring to.
Wilkerson's fat.
I'll
Interesting.
double check that though. I'm pretty sure it was Brad Wilkerson. Yep. He was one of the coaches. So here we go. I have a quote from Greg Joyce saying Brad Wilkerson on if he thought Schneider's comments across the field were directed at him. I don't know. I didn't even know about anything until the game was over. I'd like to hear it from his end. Stuff happens. We try to stay in our dugout. I guess it was pointed at me. He didn't even know it was referred to him. Like, that's what makes it even funnier. And what made it even funnier is if you compare Wilkerson to Schneider, Schneider's fatter than him.
Well, yeah. I mean, he looks
So
like a
it's
jelly
friendly
bean.
fire.
Jelly belly. So many names you could literally point out for John Schneider. Jelly Belly Schneider.
Snyder's such a joke.
And the Yankees have actually been in good spirits because they poked fun at Wilkerson now. They've been doing it as a joke. They actually have. They've been making sure. They've asked him if he's been having his Snickers.
Ah, I like that. That's funny.
So I like seeing that. Yeah. So like when they asked him about it, he goes, there have been a few Snickers, and he said he's been firing right back at the Yankees players who've been laughing at him about it. He's been firing right back.
That's good. That's good.
That's a good thing to hear, is that they're having fun with it.
Yeah.
The Jays have 3 to 4 players who qualify for being fat shamed themselves on their own roster: Kirk, Manoah, Guerrero, and John Schneider himself. Yeah, they've been eating the buffets and
Spawn.
all that other stuff.
What a joke the Jays are, man. Like, what have they done to
Nothing.
to merit this much talking?
The rivalry has heated up.
Yeah.
It's great. I love the rivalry. It's just so weird. Like, this team have done nothing to back it up.
It's just insane. Just insane. Before we slide, first of all, any final thoughts on the Yankees?
Not a Yankees final thought. But I'm just going to throw it in here just because I'm keeping an eye on scores around the league, or I should say in all sports right now. The Lakers are at halftime. They're up 15 on the Nuggets.
I want to say
just did that. Okay.
I want to say while we were just talking about the Lakers, I think the refs are trying to fix it so the Lakers win. That's my thoughts.
Oh, so they get a gentleman's sweep?
Yeah, Mike Malone already got teed up, and they got a couple of foul calls their way, so no surprise.
Well, apparently he's got – how about this for his stat? LeBron's got 31 in the first half.
Of course. Of course. I mean, he's been to the free throw line how many times?
I'm
sorry.
He's clearly getting a lot of calls, and I'll get you the stat board right now just to make sure how many free throws he's taken, because that's a little bullshit.
Him and Mr. Anthony Davis, Mr. A. Disney.
He's taken 5 free throws. That's it.
Has he hit any 3-pointers?
He hasn't missed one. He shot 4 of them.
Damn.
Like, he can't hit free throw. MH has got an interesting.
Made all his free throws, made all his threes. He's 4 for 4, and he's 11 of 13 from the field in 24 minutes.
What does that mean? MH.
Bobby Tats has hired kids podcast.
Oh,
Okay.
All right. Best of luck. Vladdy definitely started crying when Schneider said, "Shut up, fat boy."
Listen, in Vlad's defense, Vlad's lost some weight, so we can't completely.
Some 17 free throws for LA compared to Denver's 6.
Yeah, it's rigged.
David Ortiz has lost enough weight to stay out of the fat boy conversation.
And we are going to the end of the second now. Florida's still beating Carolina 1-0.
This is interesting. We don't play the Jays again until the 3rd week of September.
So weird.
A lot of anger is going to build up. Definitely. LeBron found Google Maps to his shots, find a basket. Interesting one. But
Definitely.
before we go to the NBA, to transition us to the Mets, it's funny, but we're gonna play some clips from Friday. So let's take a look. About 2 to 4 minutes long.
All right, Angry John. Big situation here for the Mets.
And by the way, I just want to include this before we go on. Not all of it is John's reaction. It's just the background noise that kind of suits it. So be entertained. Take a look.
All right, Angry John. Big situation here for the Mets. The bases are loaded. Mets are down by.
They're gonna blow it.
Mets are down by 4.
Pete Alonso's up, but they're gonna blow it. I know it. It's too good to be true.
James
Okay,
Karinchak is in.
They always blow it. They always blow it.
Like Kim K.
That's right.
All right, let's watch as the Polar Pete digs in.
Hot dogs, get your hot dogs. Hot dogs, get your hot dogs here. Get your fucking glizzy.
All right, first pitch is indeed a ball.
Did somebody say beer? What? Did somebody say enough of the WWE already? Whiskey. What? Vodka. What? Seltzers. What? Vodka. What? Another beer. What? 2 beers. What? 3 beers.
In there for a cold strike.
Here comes the collapse. The collapse is coming. Everyone's hopeful but me.
Count is 1-1. Count is 2-1. Who's on after?
The rookie, Bet Brady. Don't worry, Salicata said, hey, the rookies can't help. Only the veterans like Marte and Canna and Vogelback, and Tommy Pham and Escobar. They can help. They can help.
Count is currently 2-1. Got a Mets fan hyping in the crowd. The crowd's on their feet at Citi Field. John is slowly praying that he gets on base.
Yes! Yes! I love you, Alonso! Yes! Let's go! Let's go! Yeah! Yeah! Let's go! Woo! Fucking Pete Alonso! Pete Alonso!
He did something!
You're a beast! I love you, Pete!
Oh, baby, what a shot.
I'd like to ask a quick question.
Go ahead.
Was that Matt Riley in the video?
That was.
Yes.
Now let me ask: is Matt Riley a Met fan?
Yes.
Oh.
Why is he celebrating?
Oh.
Great point, Brian.
Matt,
The
I
week
can't answer that
Yankee
for you.
fan was celebrating a Pete Alonso grand slam, but I get hate for pulling a prank with the Yankees at the Met Stadium. So let me ask: is that hypocritical or not?
That's a great fucking point. There's no argument.
And with that, I digress. Shove it up your ass.
Brian.
Quote of the night.
Agreed. Now, Alex, you sit on the fence.
I said to Matt, I said, you got to explain yourself.
Good. Because that's not acceptable. So take this platform, Alex.
As I said, Matt has to explain himself in that video.
There's no explaining. You celebrated a grand slam for a Met. That is definitely not something to cheer about. Luca.
I already knew Matt was going to say that. Matt has a soft spot for the Mets, but I didn't expect him to. That's like, I don't know if he, I'm sure he probably faked being happy somewhat, but I'll say, like, I've never seen that Matt that, like, rah-rah over somebody hitting a homer. Just got to put
Exactly. Isn't that a little weird? A little suspicious, even?
Like, if you appreciate a player for another team, you'd go, oh, wow, that's pretty cool. You would go, yeah, let's go, let's go. That's a Met fan. That is a Met fan.
Even John, you can even attest to this. At the Mets game when the Brewers were blowing them out, was I not rooting for the Brewers?
You weren't really doing much of rooting instead of yapping.
That's what I always do. I was talking, but every time the Brewers went for a homer, I was like, oh, yes, I love
No,
watching
that,
this.
and you were tweeting at the game. I remember you were.
I was not. I was literally happy every time Brewers did something. Because after we got on the Jumbotron, what happened? Do you remember?
We started sucking.
Yeah, right after that,
Literally,
David
right
Peterson
after
did a
that, I know,
Peterson, and he
that's
gave up
correct.
6 runs in the next inning. Right after we were on the
Yeah,
Jumbotron with the
That
Yankee
was because
jersey.
the I remember, never forget the epic David Peterson collapse because he can't throw.
Yeah, Matt says
Yep.
he did that on purpose, and yapping is rooting.
Since when?
Oh,
So
so
that's
Neil's calling out Brian. I might add though, Brian has not phased out or spaced out once
that's
yet.
why I took the under.
That's why we took the under. I think he's learned.
And you had no faith in me, Donald. How dare you?
I didn't. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he picked the over.
Wait, but the night isn't over, so we still got time. We still got time for that. number.
Yes,
A
we
lot of
do.
time to go.
A lot of
I
time.
might purposely just do one just for the hell of it. Just to make it close.
Yeah, that'd be strike one, but who knows?
He's at strike one already.
When did I get strike one?
When did he get strike one?
I thought we gave him strike one for something already.
Oh
guys,
yeah, there's gonna be
I
strike
get it.
one because of the Eagles hat and the Giants helmet right above each other.
Yeah, well,
That's
well,
why.
you,
Either
yeah,
that or it was the Tebow thing.
he called out John
Yeah.
endlessly. So he says,
For what? I didn't do anything.
Shouts to Sox. He's at the
Oh.
Sox Padres game, I think.
Oh, nice.
So
Enjoy, my guy.
appreciate
Enjoy.
Sox stepping in and checking
Thanks for
in.
checking in.
But John, if you want to dig into your Mets a little bit before we head to our NBA segment.
Gladly. Luca, you are so kind in helping me out because, ironically, I was going to attack some WFAN people as well. Would you like to do the honors and pull up the idiocy? And also, thank you, Armin, for appreciating the clips. Don't worry, if you guys want to see more live reactions and more rants or more celebrations, I'll put them out. Okay, I'll do it for the channel. But Luca, would you so ever be kind and do the honor?
Doesn't mean that
There
they're
you
not
go.
going to make the
This
playoffs
was
or
Friday,
any of-
everybody. And I told John of this while he was at my place, and he flipped. Here's the first quote. Mets fans are ignoring the facts, going way too crazy over calling up the prospects. Now, what happened at Friday, John? Who was coming up in the clutch?
Let's see. Let's review what the prospects did, right? You know what? I'll even go back to Wednesday, okay? Mark Vientos gets called up. Now, we got 3 of our top kids, Alvarez, Beatty, and Vientos. So what happens? Wednesday, they're losing to the Rays 2-0. Who ties the game up first? Mark Vientos, first homer of the season. They fall back down 5-2. Our bullpen is utter trash. What happens when it's 5-2 bottom of the 9th? Alvarez comes up, 3-run homer, ties the game. We end up winning that game. Thank you, Pete Alonso, for walking that one off. Friday's game, we're down 5-0. Carlos Carrasco, you are utter shit. What happens? Who starts it off? Alvarez hits the first a solo homer. Great. The next inning later, who hits a solo homer? Brett Beatty leads cut to 5-3. What happened on yesterday's game? Game is 1-1. Who was leading off? Francisco Alvarez. Who gets the first hit? Francisco Alvarez. Are we starting to see a pattern here? By the way, Alvarez was pinch ran for and they scored. But are we starting to see a pattern here, guys? Oh, great. I'm glad the 5 of us can. Luca, would you like to continue? Because I'm
gonna get the important quotes here.
Mhm.
Sal Licata's heard enough calls about bringing up all the kids up for the Mets. It's time to get realistic about what so many rookies would be able to contribute in their first full big league seasons. I can't stand calls like that. I can't stand the talk of that. The team with the highest payroll in history, and all you can talk about is bringing up the kids. Do you want to see the AAA Mets? Is that what you want to see?
So
I got an idea. Why don't we just bring up Ronnie Mauricio and have him play shortstop, light a fire under Lindor?
So, Mr. Licata, because, the only reason why you were saved from my anger is because one of your idiots, Evan Roberts, jumped out and said something even more dumb. So let's get this straight, Mr. Licata. You are a moron, and I'll explain why you're a moron. Yes, the Mets have a $377 million payroll. That I understand. I understand that prospects take a while to develop and not everyone's ready. Here's my issue with what you said, you moron. The prospects have been doing better than the veterans. Do I have to repeat myself? The prospects are doing better than the veterans. Who have they been doing better than? Easy out Escobar. He was hitting 160 in the month of April. Brett Beatty's overtaken him. Brett Beatty is clearly better than him. Our catchers this year have been, besides Francisco Alvarez, a combination of Omar Narvaez, Tomas Nido, Gary Fatfuck Sanchez, and Michael Perez. Tell me, does anyone on this panel think those 4 guys are better than Francisco Alvarez?
I mean, Alvarez is pretty damn good. So, no.
That means no. Great. Good. Anywho, Mark Vientos, mainly playing going to be a DH, but can play some third base. Great. You have 2 third basemen when Beatty and Vientos natural position. Maybe Vientos can be DH. Who have the Mets been DHing? Is Vientos better than Daniel Vogelback? I think so. Yeah, that makes sense. Is Vientos better than Tommy Sham? Yeah, I'd say so too. So tell me, Mr. Licata, how the hell the prospects shouldn't be getting called up if the veterans that we are paying suck? Have you seen an at bat from Daniel Vogelback lately? Because I have. He is awful at the plate. Just horrendous. He's supposed to be a power hitter, and ever since we got him last year, I think he's only had a total of 8 or 9 homers. And he's had more than 300 plate appearances. How is that possible? Can someone explain that to me? The math doesn't add up. That makes no sense, number one. Then, when you talk about, the Lindor thing, you know what? Maybe he did need a fire lit under his ass because, and I'm not saying you have to call up Mauricio, but if anyone knows, Lindor was called out Friday by his ex-teammate Jason Kipnis about being a former leader. Great. What does he do in Friday's game? He has the walk-off hit. He had 3 hits. What does he do yesterday? Gets the Mets on the board with a homer. So maybe people do need a fire under their ass, whether it's talk about kids coming up, whether it's talk about getting dropped in the lineup. So, yet again, Salicata, you're garbage. You know nothing about the sport. You are on the same spectrum as Evan Roberts. You're on the same spectrum as Craig Carton and all the WFAN morons. Did you all understood that, right?
Yes.
I got you.
Okay, I'm glad I'm making sense because I don't know if I'm making sense to these idiots on WFAN because they really are special. They really are the way they think. Now I'll get a little more into a positive lighting about the Mets. They've won 5 in a row, okay? Yesterday, good to see from the pitching aspect, Scherzer and Verlander go into a doubleheader and absolutely dominate Cleveland. I know Cleveland doesn't have the best offense right now, but it's good. I said earlier in the year, these two need to stay healthy and be on the top of their game for the Mets to have any chance to go anywhere this season. Verlander looked excellent in his start last night. I know Alex and Luca watched it with me just for fun. And, with Senga, who had that really impressive start against the Rays, he had about 12 strikeouts in about 6 innings against him, against one of the top offenses. So if you can get those 3 at the top of your rotation, that's fine. Tyler Miguel can be in the back end. They can't have Carlos Carrasco pitch anymore. I'm sorry. He's terrible. David Peterson's not the answer. They need to go acquire a starting pitcher to help because their pitching is more of the problem. Their bullpen is also awful. Okay, a guy I've started doing a little pre-scouting of bullpen people. A guy I know that you guys know very well, I would like, and that is a Mr. Aroldis Chapman. He's been quietly good with the Royals, and I would definitely take him, buy him for low, and get an arm in that pen. Another guy, although their team has been doing good, but they've fallen off a little, David Bednar of the Pirates. Would love to get him. I think he's an absolute beast in the bullpen. Now, in terms of the offense, Pete Alonso is... I don't want to call him better than Aaron Judge, but I would like to say he is just as dangerous as Aaron Judge. That man is a tank. He leads all of baseball in homers yet again. Ever since he's played in his debut in 2019, he's led all of baseball since that time. I am telling you, this man is elite. The only reason why his batting average has been poor is because for pretty much 3/4 of the season, guys behind him are not threatening to hit. Now they got Beatty behind him. Now they have to actually pitch to Alonso, and they can't just walk around him or throw him 4 straight balls. I'm glad to see Lindor do a little bit better. I've been calling him out, and he looks like to have woken up a little. Nimmo is fine in center. Starling Marte looks like he's woken up. I hope to God. There is really no left fielder on this team. Pham sucks. Can of shit sucks. So that is a sad truth. And at second, Jeff McNeil continues to rake. I think he's hitting like over 440 in his past 10 games, which is incredible. Dude won a fucking batting title, and he could be very well up there again. And in terms of the Gary Sanchez experiment. I'm not going to rip the guy. He played very good for his first game. So do I understand why they did it to get him? Yeah. Am I happy about it? Not at all, because I know it's going to fail.
All right. Best pitcher, best hitter of the last week.
Pete Alonso's the best hitter, and I would say he's by far. It's either him and McNeil, but I'd say Alonso. And the best pitcher, I'm gonna give it to.
Gotta give it to Verlander.
Verlander, or I was thinking an outside Kodai Senga. Oh, I'd say both of them, and very impressive.
All right. Armin says, if they call up Ronnie, I'm good with McNeil in left field and Ronnie at second base.
I'm fine with that experiment. I just don't want to rush Ronnie, but if he's ready, let's get him up here. Let the kids take over. I don't understand this, $377 million payroll where I have to play veterans. You guys just DFA'd Hicks. Perfect example. How much money was he making?
He was making $10 million a year.
$10 million a year, and you guys DFA'd him. Now I know he should have been DFA'd a lot sooner, but still, you did it. So
there's also, before I get to like three more comments, there's also buzz that the Yankees are paying Donaldson like Ellsbury, which is paying him to stay away from the team in terms of injury. There's buzz around that. I don't know if it's true. Let's hope so. Which is a positive because, yeah, we don't want him near the team, but a negative because that's where the money's going and he's injured. But
once again,
we're paying Aaron Hicks another $20 million.
Just like they said.
Exactly. Chapman has like 10 walks in his last 4 appearances.
Right. Maybe he's lost his strike zone, but he had a nice start to the year. There's bullpen guys we can get, Matt. There are plenty of guys. Every year there's bullpen pieces that circle around. So
any of the garbage teams like the A's or the Royals,
yeah, like
there's like a list of 5 teams that are completely uncompetitive.
Yeah, Reds. and in terms of the bullpen, the Mets they just blow the lead every game. Adam Ottavino, oh God, did I think he was this bad? No, he is horrendous. Every time he gets put in, the lead gets blown. Every time, it's not an exaggeration. I don't know what it is with him, but he's so, he just leaves so many of his pitches on the middle of the plate, and it's just so easy for hitters. You might as well just stand there and like the Statue of Liberty and hold it like a T for him. Any hitter.
Vogelback, go enjoy a milkshake. You are a buzzkill when you're up at bat.
Thank you, Armin. Thank you.
Sal Licata is the same guy that said he didn't jinx the Mets last year when he said the division was over in June. That's a good point.
Fucking idiot.
Fat fuck got an RBI, though.
He did. I give him his credit, Gary Sanchez. It's one game, though.
For the bullpen, I would not. Liam Hendricks, if the White Sox make him available at the deadline, I would not mind, he says.
I don't know how good he's been since he's come back.
Well, yeah, that's the one thing. But that's a month and a half away. So
Yeah,
he's still got time to improve or even be crap. But any final thoughts on the Mets before NBA?
I digress. Sal Licata, you are an absolute moron.
Okay, all right, Luca. I guess we'll be starting with the Knicks first.
Well, not really the Knicks, just the Carmelo Anthony segment. I don't know if you want me to disclose this on air, but we have been granted access for a private room for our playback streams, but I will also add some bad news. NBA streams and things of that sort will not be on playback till next season. So we'll be doing the finals, all of it on here, but we can do other games on there, obviously. So obviously Carmelo Anthony retired today, but let's answer this main question. We'll go into everything about his tenure. Should Carmelo Anthony's jersey be retired in the rafters, number 7, as a Knick? I'm going to start with Donald because he is a huge Carmelo Anthony fan.
I would say yes, but do I think it's going to happen? Well, and immediately no, because there's a bunch of guys that haven't already had their shirts retired, one of them being John Starks. But for me, yes, I think he absolutely should. If you look at, forget about the fact that he didn't win a championship, right? But there's a bunch of guys all over around the league that have had their numbers retired for a lot less than what Carmelo Anthony achieved in his time as a New York Knick. I mean, he's already got the record for points scored in Madison Square Garden in one game. He also won the award for most points scored in the league in 1 year. He helped us get to a conference semifinal, and he was the heart and soul of that team for a couple of years. And if it wasn't for Phil Jackson to force him out, he would have continued his legacies at the Knicks. He didn't want to leave. He did not want to leave. It was Phil Jackson that forced him out, and Steve Mills. And I just think it's unfair that he's maybe being criticized for the fact they didn't win a championship. I mean, the fact that Grunwald made the deal for Bargnani was a disaster. I mean, it was the front office who failed to put the pieces around him. They never put a point guard around him. When Jason Kidd retired, they needed a point guard, and when they let go of Billups, they didn't have a point guard. They had the opportunity to trade for Kyle Lowry, and Lowry was going to go to the Knicks, but then our owner Dolan intervened because he was so scared of losing the trade that he actually intervened just before Kyle Lowry the deal was about to go through, and it was a steal. If you look at that trade, it was a steal. It was only like one first-round pick and a couple of shitty players. Like, you would do that every day of the week, but they passed. So it was their fault that they couldn't put a team around Carmelo Anthony. It wasn't Carmelo Anthony's fault. Carmelo Anthony did everything. You look at all the things that he did, those Christmas Day games, all those huge games that he had, the 60-point game. He did so much, and he was a great representative of New York as well, man. He was a baller. He went to play, and he never complained, and he never caused any problems, and he was a good teammate, good guy, great Knick. Retire his jersey. He definitely deserves it. And let's not forget the fact that you also look at his career numbers, top 10, best scorer in the NBA history. Yeah, give him that. Give him that award. Give him the number 7 retiring.
Before I go to Brian and John, I was actually watching. This was a replay this morning. I wasn't up for the original stream, but Jonathan Macri of Knicks Film School went live, and he used to be somewhat of a critic of Carmelo Anthony, but he's since calmed down a little bit. I thought he had a great quote about Carmelo Anthony's time with the Knicks. He is going to be defined by what he did not accomplish instead of what he accomplished. That is a phenomenal quote. And with that, I'm actually going to go to Brian. Outsider's thoughts. Do you think Carmelo Anthony's jersey should be retired with the Knicks?
Yeah, I think so. And I'm going to go through it this way. I have his stats for his whole Knicks career from when he joined the 2010-2011 season till the 16-17 season. There was not one time he averaged less than 21 points in a season. He was consistent all the way around. There was only 2 seasons where he didn't play more than 50% of the games. It was his first season, and it was the 14-15 season when he had I think he played 40 games.
He broke his leg, I think, or something. Broke something in his leg.
Yep.
Right.
Everything else, though, every other season, he played the full season. And he was shooting well. He was doing everything right, and he was anchoring. I don't know how anybody else wants to put it, but he was really anchoring those years for the Knicks. They had a couple playoff appearances because of him. No matter how you want to look at it for the fact that, the Knicks never made the finals, they didn't go very far with him. The point of the matter is he's an icon. When you think of the New York Knicks in the 2010s, are you thinking of Kristaps Porzingis? Are you thinking of J.R. Smith? No. Who are you thinking of? You're thinking of Carmelo Anthony. 9 times out of 10, you're thinking of Melo. There is no other Knick during the 2010s that you could pinpoint and know that everybody's going to know him, except for Melo. He's the only player. And for that alone, he should be in. He should have his number retired for that alone. And I'm going to go through these years specifically. 2011-2012 was his first full season with New York, because the 2010-11 was when he got traded from Denver. 36-30 was the record that year. They lost in the first round of the Heat, but the Heat were a beast that year. There was no way they were going to get past them. That was when D'Antoni, I think it was when D'Antoni got fired and they brought in Woodson.
Yes.
2012-13, number one in the Atlantic Division that year, 54-28. They made it to the semifinals, lost to Paul George's Indiana Pacers. I mean, it's tough to say, that he didn't have an impact in this. The problem is the years after is when the issues started to develop with the overall roster talent and contribution to help Melo. Because what the Knicks failed to do in the 2010s was build around Melo. They didn't do it. And it wasted a lot of his good years because he was obviously, as you all agree, he was in his prime and peaking at that point.
Mm-hmm.
When he left in 2017, it was right before it ended. Now, Sunil did bring up a great point just now. He said, what about Stoudemire? During the 2010s, I wouldn't say Stoudemire. I would still say Melo. The years that Melo put in there, nobody's going to know anybody else but Melo on that team. I mean, let me give you this. The 13-14 season, he's now in his third season with the team. You're going to tell me more people are going to remember, and I'm going to say this now. Are they going to remember Metta World Peace?
No.
Are they going to remember Tyson Chandler?
Somewhat, but he wasn't
Good, but not Melo.
Hardaway Jr.?
No,
Shumpert?
absolutely not.
No.
Okay. Could you argue that JR was more recognizable than
Yeah.
Melo?
Yeah,
he won
he
Sixth
was-
Man of the Year.
Yes, man.
Okay. I go to the following season. I'm still looking. Lance Thomas?
Oh.
Cole Aldrich? Langston Galloway?
Oh.
What a joke.
I'll go to 15-16, the year before he's gone. When you had Thanasis as a rookie.
Oh, God.
I mean, I looked through this roster that year, and your help you got him when JR was gone and all those guys you had the years before, you had Calderon. You had Jimmer Fredette at the time. How about this for a throwback? Aaron Aflalo.
Oh.
Oh.
Kyle O'Quinn. You had rookie Kristaps Porzingis. That was the 15-16 season when Derek Fisher got fired for Kurt Rambis.
The team was miserable.
God.
And then it was Hornacek the year after that. The 16-17, that was his final year. You're telling me that you're still going to recognize, I'm going to name a couple guys here. Joakim Noah, 2010s more than Melo.
Ugh.
Past his prime.
Derrick Rose when he first got there, the first time.
Not well liked because of how he disappeared that one game.
Oh,
Yeah.
God.
How about the Ginger Wonder Ron Baker? No. So now you tell me, with
Ron
all those
Baker.
records he's got to his name, right? Because remember, we went through the records. Did you guys not say that he was like third all-time among Knicks in the franchise's history for points?
He probably is. He
Like
probably
if I look
is.
up, let me see if I can find something for the Knicks. How's that?
Yeah,
Because
go
I'm
ahead.
pretty sure he's in like top 10 of all statistical categories for scoring with the Knicks.
Oh, easily.
Easily, yeah.
Easily.
Not even a.
You know what? I will use StatMuse. That's how I'm going to frame this.
All right.
You guys want to tell me, ask me a question for like franchise stuff for the Knicks.
Okay,
All-time
well,
points?
all-time points. Yeah, for Carmelo.
All-time points leader. Let's look it up. Obviously, it's going to be Bernard King for best average, right? Most career. Melo is second with 24.7, above Ewing.
My God.
Yeah, above Patrick Ewing. I'm going to say now total points leader to help with that. Total points leader. The most career points for the Knicks in their history belongs to Patrick Ewing. 23,665 points. Nobody's ever come as close to him and will ever touch it. The next guys after are all legends. Walt Frazier, Willis Reed, Allen Houston. But guess who's in the top 10? Carmelo Anthony.
Where in the top 10?
He's about let me just double check that. 4, 5. He's 7th. He's behind still Richie Guerin, Carl Braun, and Allen Houston, Reed, Frazier, and Ewing. Now, let's say, what's another thing he was known for on the Knicks? Threes, right?
You could go threes, yes.
3-pointers made all time. Oh, they gave me the team. I don't know why you gave me the team by season. I'll say Knicks player all time 3-point made. They're giving me weird stats. Regardless, I'm gonna try to go by 3-pointers made and arrange it that way. Apparently, it doesn't want to do it the way I want to. But regardless, he's in the top 10 for most statistical categories.
Yep.
Even when we just talked about total points, he's in the top 10 with other Knicks legends that are retired. Some of the greatest Knicks to ever play. He's in the conversation. But yet there are people who say that he doesn't deserve it. Because I guess there's this homer mentality is what I'm going to call it. Is that it? Where you have to be a Knick for the majority of your career to be qualifying for that?
It's a great point.
Is that a true statement, or is that, just an afterthought?
There's a thing with the Knicks fan base is that they always give a break to anyone that they've drafted. But anyone that they've acquired, they're particularly hard on. It's the same with the Yankees fans. They're exactly the same in that regard. They'll give prospects infinite time. But someone that they've acquired, they're particularly harsh on. Just look at Giancarlo Stanton. And I think it's kind of the same with Carmelo Anthony, like particularly harsh on that guy. But Frank Ntilikina, they gave him infinite time. Infinite time. There's still people that are saying that Frank Ntilikina was underrated.
They could say what they want. Where is he now? And I'd like to give a quick update. The Nuggets are now tied with the Lakers at 83.
Whoa! That didn't take long.
Lead, and it's not even the end of the third yet. Not even the end of the third. They lost their 15-point lead. Ridiculous.
Let's go Denver.
Matt says he's third in threes, only like 100 threes behind first.
I'm going to say all-time assists leader. There we go.
I don't know if he'll be that category. But,
Most career assists per game for the Knicks belongs to Mark Jackson. Right?
I mean,
shockingly enough, that's the wrong Anthony. I thought it was going to say Carmelo. It's Greg Anthony. I don't know why he's so high in there. Apparently, Julius Randle's in there.
yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, he's in there, but he's behind Derek Harper.
Yeah, Randall will surprise you, man.
Yeah, I mean, the top three that are here are Mark Jackson, Michael Ray Richardson, really weird, and Stephon Marbury.
Starberry.
My guy, Steph. I love Steph.
Those are the top three all-time assist leaders. So he's not in that convo. Now, let's say, what is there anything else we could talk about, something he was known for with the Knicks that we want to see?
I mean, he did set the record for how many points were scored at the Garden, 62.
Yeah.
Yep, so
Kobe
he's got
Bryant's
that
record.
record. So I'll say all-time 3-point percentage.
Okay.
Because you want an accurate guy, right? Guy you can rely on.
Yeah.
The highest 3-point percentage person of all time somehow belongs to Hubert Davis.
Makes sense.
Number
He was
2
one
is
of the
Steve
George
Novak.
Jefferson 90s.
Steve, of course, Steve Novak.
Oh my
And
god.
number 3 in a
Count double
stunner.
check.
Number 3 in a stunner is Jalen Brunson.
My
Brunson's
guy.
all-time
Big
three
J.
To be fair, he's
is 41.6.
I mean, Brunson was never that good from three, but he was phenomenal this season. Again, that's Jalen Brunson for you.
But Melo is in this conversation somewhere. Let me see. Is in the top 10? He's just outside of the top 10, probably around, what number is that? That looks like 20 or 19. Like he's basically around the same as J.R. Smith.
He was always more of a mid-range guy through his career.
Yeah.
That was his 3-point shot he developed when he became more of a bench guy. But he was mostly known as a mid-range guy. One of the best mid-range killers I've ever seen.
Okay. They can't even answer questions about mid-range. Stupid stat muse. Anyway, the point is made.
John.
It doesn't matter how you feel about Carmelo Anthony as a player, as a person, about his personal life even. You have to acknowledge the fact that when you think of the Knicks in the 2010s, they're all going to say Carmelo Anthony's the first player that comes to mind. They aren't going to sit there and say these other guys that I mentioned, because all the guys I mentioned made you all go, oh. Like all bring you back painful memories. Carmelo doesn't bring back painful memories for you guys.
No. And
He
wouldn't it
doesn't.
be a
You
weird
guys
look
think of
for the
good
Knicks?
times when you were hopeful.
Wouldn't it be a really weird look for the Knicks if he gets into the Hall of Fame and he doesn't have his jersey retired for the team?
I think he'll have. I'm gonna be completely fair down. I think his jersey's retired. Nobody has worn 7 since him. I really think his jersey will get retired, and it should be.
I think it's going to happen too, and he deserves it.
I hope so.
2010s, your Knicks. The only reason they weren't in the bottom of the league every single season was Melo. He kept you guys out of the basement. Even if you guys weren't over 500, he was keeping you out of the basement.
Well, now that Steve Mills is gone, because remember that video where Steve Mills was like snickering at like a Carmelo Anthony like workout video? Like he was very disrespectful to Carmelo Anthony. So like there's members of that front office which were very disrespectful to Carmelo.
Yeah.
So I hope that they're all gone now. Just fuck them.
The Nuggets now have the lead. The Nuggets have the lead, a 6-point lead, and the third period's about to end.
Oh my god.
It's 6-point lead. They really blew it. And it's because apparently AD keeps challenging Jokic, and Jokic keeps winning.
Of course. AD's
That's
soft.
my boy Jokic. Yeah. But John, any thoughts on Carmelo Anthony? Because and then I'm going to play a little short clip that we can all go back in time with.
Don't disagree with anything that's been said here. I'll say this. You think of the top, and I'm not saying this is specific order by any stretch of the imagination, but you think of the top Knicks or your top 5 Knicks, and obviously it's Walt Frazier, Ewing is in that category, Bernard King, Willis Reed, and then you have to put Mr. Carmelo Anthony. Not in any specific order. I'm just saying who the best 5 are ever. And I want to point out one thing, kind of similar to Brian's point. Before Carmelo Anthony got there, does anyone remember the last time they made the playoffs? Before he took them there.
2004, I think, with Stephon Marbury, and then they got swept by the Nets in the first round.
Okay.
Yep.
Great. And then he left in 2006 or got traded in that 2016-17 season, correct?
After that season.
We were irrelevant when he was gone. We were pathetic. Carmelo Anthony brought relevance to New York basketball again. And not only was he a great teammate, but he was an excellent scorer. I know that the game has changed a little during his time, but he was an excellent mid-range shooter. He had excellent post moves. He could attack the basket. And one thing I liked him, he had the Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant instinct where he wants the ball in his hands at the very last moment. I have 2 favorite moments from Carmelo, which I'm assuming if it's a Melo montage, we will see that in a sec. One was the 62-point game against Charlotte, which you mentioned. The next one is that game against Chicago where it showed his Michael Jordan mentality where
Easter
Sunday it was, where he hit the tying 3 to send it to overtime, and then, clock's running down in overtime, and he hits another 3 to put the Knicks ahead, and they ultimately end up winning that game. But that's just a testament to the kind of player he is. You can name any leaderboard or stat you want. He definitely deserves to be retired by the New York Knicks, and he is easily a Hall of Fame player. I don't want to hear the notion that he's not.
I want to also add this real quick because somebody mentioned in chat about the 2010s Knicks. What about Jeremy Lin? For the record, as much as it may not seem like it, he only played 1 season with the Knicks.
He did only play 1 season.
Only 1 season. And how about this for a stat? It wasn't even his best season. His best season came in Brooklyn in 2018. Wow. The 1 season before, he ended up leaving and going overseas. Because his last season in the league was the year Toronto won a championship. That was the last time he was in the league, and then he went overseas and called it.
Agreed.
So I can't really say Lynn. You think of Linsanity. That's all you could think of. That's kind of sad on the part of Knicks fans everywhere. You got to
I
think
mean, the only comparison would be Amari Stoudemire, but he was only great for one season.
You could say him or JR, because a lot of people, when you think of JR Smith, you do think of that. You do think
But
of
he
him.
was,
in the Knicks
but
uniform.
he's a Brian. He won 6th man of the year. This dude was not like there's levels 6th man to a guy that was an MVP player or caliber
No,
player.
you're right.
Yeah.
I also think, there's also, unlike other guys, when you think of Melo, you either think of him with two teams. You either think of him with the Nuggets or the Knicks. In this case, I think you probably think of him more as a Knick than a Nugget because his peak was the Knicks. But his young, up-and-coming talent itself was with Denver. He built his name there. His name was at the top of the list of everything when he came to New York because now everybody saw it on a big market. So, you can thank Denver for building him up to become this player, but you got to thank the Knicks and put them on the pedestal for putting him at the top so that everybody could see what he could do. And as for JR, he's not the same situation because he spent more years in Denver and Cleveland than he did with New York, 4 seasons in New York. So, yeah, I mean, I also think of Amari as a Phoenix Sun, not as a –
Oh, yeah, me too.
Yeah, easily.
He had one wonderful year for the Knicks, but that was prior to really Melo becoming a Knick. Once Melo became the Knick, then it was Melo's team.
Now he's the Israeli League icon.
I mean, let's be fair. Stoudemire's knee was going to collapse at some point because D'Antoni ran ragged. But let's take a trip back in time. What's that?
Really a crime what happened with D'Antoni and that Knicks team. Really is. It had so much hope after that big run in what was it, 2012? 2011, 2012, that year? There's a lot of hope there. And then it got crushed.
Yeah.
There's a lot of things in that, but let's take a trip back to 2011.
Oh, wow.
I'm coming home, I'm coming home. Tell the world I'm coming home. Let the rain wash away all the pain of yesterday. I know my kingdom awaits, and they've forgiven my mistakes. I'm coming home, I'm coming home. Tell the world I'm coming. Feel it coming in the air, endless screams from everywhere. Only thing that's on my mind is who gon' run this town tonight. Victories within the mile. Almost there, don't give up now. Only thing that's on my mind. Who gon' run this town tonight?
And now, please welcome your New York Knicks. At forward, at 6'8" from Syracuse, number 7, Carmelo Anthony.
What an environment.
That was back when people were super excited about the Knicks and they all thought the future was bright. And then the management screwed it.
I'm also I'm with you.
What an entrance!
It was. I'm gonna agree with you guys. I think his number should definitely be retired. But I'm gonna say with the caveat, I also think Bernard King's number should be retired. That's my personal opinion. But
He should be first.
That's true. But I think there's two significant moves that marked the incompetence of the front office or just the general organization in Melo's time as a Knick. Donald already mentioned the second one I was going to mention, which was the Bargnani trade, and Kyle Lowry, which fit alongside Carmelo Anthony. The first move was after the Knicks traded for Carmelo Anthony. Chauncey Billups was among that. What's going on to Jigga Man, fellow Knick fan as well. Appreciate you being here, man. But you go back to after that 2011 season when the Knicks were swept in the first round by the Boston Celtics. The Knicks had an amnesty clause. It was, I think, they amnestied Chauncey Billups' contract, even though he was set to become a free agent. I think that season or that off season, he was making chump change. So it didn't make sense to amnesty him. What they really should have done was they could have amnestied Amari. They signed him to about a 5-year deal worth $20 million a year, $100 million. And if you freed up Amari with that amnesty clause contract and all of that, you could have possibly had CP3 and Carmelo Anthony in the Knicks uniform. And who knows where they could have gone. And that's obviously one mark of the front office incompetence, should I say. And I'm going to remind you guys of the Jonathan Macri quote I mentioned earlier. Carmelo Anthony is going to be defined by what he didn't do instead of what he already accomplished as a Knick. I'm going to give you the Knicks rotation in Carmelo Anthony's last game as a Knick. Ron Baker, Courtney Lee, Carmelo Anthony, Maurice Endower, Willie Hernan Gomez, Chasen Randall, Sasha Vujacic, Mindaugas Kuzminskas, Justin Holiday, Kyle O'Quinn, and Marshall Plumlee.
I gotta say that is a terrible list.
You don't have to tell us, Brian. We watched it.
Oh, I know. I remember the days where I would debate about that. I was like, you know what? You could always package Ron Baker. He could be the next white chocolate. That's usually what I was saying to people.
Yeah, he's more like
the next one. Trying to sell him as he was something more than what he was.
White chocolate, melted.
It's just so sad.
Sorry, I'm cutting you off. Go.
It's all right. But I was just gonna. It's so sad how Carmelo Anthony is like panned for some Knicks fans. Like I read a tweet. I think it was under one of my threads. No, it wasn't actually. I read a tweet. If you like Carmelo Anthony, you obviously don't like winning. Well, that's not true. Because if you watched Carmelo Anthony, obviously we've all talked about Carmelo Anthony brought the 2010 Knicks to relevance. He is the only name you think of. Guys, I will ask you a question. This is for the panel, obviously. If you know, who could you honestly name as the second best Knick during that tenure? Who was Carmelo Anthony's second best or best player next to him? Was it anybody notable?
Stoudemire.
I'd probably go Tyson Chandler.
Chandler was definitely very solid.
Chandler. Was it Raymond Felton for also in that conversation?
I'd say more Tyson Chandler because he was a defensive anchor. He won defensive player of the year.
No.
Also alongside Carmelo.
I'm just trying to think of who could be even relevant in that conversation. J.R. Smith?
Mike Bibby, maybe?
No.
Bibby was a role player, Brian. He was.
I know. That's the joke. Joke.
What actual player did Carmelo cohese with? I mean, it was not obviously Jeremy Lin, as it was previously mentioned. And, Carmelo does get a bad rap because he and Jeremy Lin can make it work. And D'Antoni wanted to use Jeremy Lin. But if you look at this with a glass lens, those are two different play styles. They would have never meshed. Carmelo Anthony was ISO.
I'll say JR.
You say JR?
For like 2 or 3 years, he was probably the best second option. But besides that, I mean, if you go by points, he was always the second highest scorer. I mean, Bargnani was third and Stoudemire was fourth. That was usually your four during those early years.
Yeah, but the problem is he had never had another scorer in that starting lineup. Like that 2012, 2013 lineup was a bunch of old fucks. Let's be real. Jason Kidd was on.
Okay, continue. Sorry.
It's all right. I was going to say Jason Kidd was on his last legs. You had Ronnie Brewer in the starting lineup. He was in a scorer. You also had, I don't remember who they also put alongside him. Shumpert. Shumpert's not a scorer. What real scorer did Melo have? What real chance did Carmelo Anthony have as a Knick to succeed?
And further to my point earlier, where I said that James Dolan vetoed the Kyle Lowry trade, that changed everything. That was back in 2013, before Kyle Lowry really took off and became one of the best point guards in the league for a while.
Yeah.
The deal was in place that would have sent Raymond Felton, Meta World Peace, 1 first-round pick, and either Iman Shumpert or Tim Hardaway. And that would have gotten you Kyle Lowry.
And I'll give
That
you
is a steal of a deal. And Dolan vetoed it because he was terrified of dealing with the Raptors. Because the Raptors always seem to have the upper hand on us. But of those names that I mentioned, Raymond Felton, Shumpert, or Tim Hardaway, or any of them would have been missed. Would any of them been missed? No. Absolutely not. And that's not the Meta World Peace is not the Meta World Peace that won all those championships with the Lakers. He was pretty much non-existent for the Knicks. Yeah, so like that's a steal. That is actually for me much worse than the amnesty of Chauncey Billups, because you still could have had Tyson Chandler, Kyle Lowry, and Carmelo Anthony if you make that deal. Then you've got a point guard and a second scorer. That changes everything. So that was the big miss for the Knicks front office back then.
Yeah, definitely. And there's a lot of people as well saying, I mean, it's true. I always thought that Carmelo Anthony came ready to play and he wouldn't go away from the smoke. But a lot of people hold it against him that once that Carmelo Anthony obviously was in talks with the Bulls after the 2013-2014 season in free agency. But once Phil Jackson invoked his no trade clause, Carmelo Anthony came back. That's what people say, and people criticize Carmelo Anthony for that. And people also criticize Carmelo's style as a player. He was an isolation scorer. He was what he was. He was more fit. Sure, he was more fit for a 2000s type of thing instead of 2010. But can you guys tell me who he was passing to? I know he was his career assists with the Knicks is like 3.2 per game. Who was he passing to? Pablo Prigioni, Alexei Shved, Lou Amundsen, Lance Thomas, Langston Galloway. Do I have to go on? Who was he really passing to, honestly?
Let me give you the 14-15 season.
He didn't even have great coaches either. Yeah, that was the 2014-2015 season when they just basically did nothing to build around him. But, like, he didn't even have great coaches either. Like, he had Derek Fisher. He had Kurt Rambis. Hornacek. I mean, Hornacek got the most out of a Suns team a couple years back. But
he was in the era of the triangle offense. Remember that?
The fuck? Phil Jackson was...
Remember that? He was there.
Hated by Knicks fans. Yeah. Because
didn't Rambis lead the Timberwolves to one of the worst seasons in basketball history?
Kevin Love was on that team. A very young Kevin Love was on that team.
Yeah.
So, yeah. I mean, he never had a...
They didn't even win 15 games that year, I don't think.
Which season?
I'm going to look at...
That season that Kurt Rambis managed the Timberwolves. It was one of the worst seasons of...
Let me see. I know the 14-15, 17 wins. That was a bad year for the Knicks. That I know. Because if you go by points alone, the second highest scorer was Bargnani, and he's tied with Alexei Shved. Those were your top 3 scorers. And they had almost 15 points per game.
Phil Jackson's a war criminal. Absolute war criminal.
Alexei Shved is the guy that shot it over the backboard, correct? If I remember that correctly. I think we all know that highlight.
Donald. By the way, John, yes. Donald. Minnesota's record in 2009-2010, 15-67.
Oh my gosh.
That was the same year they drafted Ricky Rubio and Johnny Flynn over Steph Curry.
Then they finally got Melo help in 16-17, but they still were not good. It was Porzingis and Rose leading the way. And they still had only 31 wins.
The triangle. Kurt Rambis was a dreadful coach. Dreadful coach. Phil Jackson was a war criminal. What about that trade where he traded Tyson Chandler for Sam Dallenberg?
Oh, my God.
It was Sam Dallenberg, Shane Larkin, not Raymond Felton, I'm sorry, Wayne Ellington, who would become a Knick later on. But I just get this, like, I understand, there's some animosity, the East was wide open, but Melo literally had D+ role players. He didn't even have proper role players.
Mm-hmm.
That was the problem. And me and Matt were going back and forth on this because for some reason, by the way, I got to call Matt out on this. I love Carmelo Anthony. We all love Carmelo Anthony, but I don't think you guys are going to agree with this. Matt thinks that Carmelo Anthony is better than Allen Iverson.
Wait, what?
Matt Riley thinks that Carmelo Anthony is better than Allen Iverson all time.
Very
I don't know,
similar
man.
players, not in terms of play style.
You know
but
what? I don't think it's that crazy.
You don't?
Also, I just had a
I-
meltdown because the Panthers just won, so 3-0.
Congrats,
3-0.
Brian. But
But
I'd say Iverson's better, but I wouldn't say it's like, in terms of tiers of players, I wouldn't say it's like so far off.
it's
Melo's
not,
got the longevity.
he
Remember,
does. He does.
Iverson dropped off big time after his knee injuries.
That's true. But it's like Iverson's a top 5 player at his position all time. That's the point I was trying to illustrate. Like Iverson took his team
Is
to
he?
the finals. Yeah. You look at the list. You go Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant, Dwayne Wade, Allen Iverson, number 4.
You don't put like,
Or at
All
least the
time.
top 5.
You're
I'm
not
talking
putting
about
play-
top 5 shooting guards.
I'm
Oh,
trying.
okay.
Would you say James Harden's had a higher peak?
That's
Yep.
you could
I-
switch them around,
I think Harden.
but
What
I'm
about
just-
Klay Thompson?
Thompson, you could definitely he's more of a better shooter, but I think Iverson's
know.
top 5. I think Harden is close to the top 5. Thompson might be just outside of the top 5. You could also include the human highlight reel named Dominic.
At least Thompson's got the accolades too. I mean,
Iverson's not a point guard, Matt. Iverson is not a point guard.
I'd say a combo guard, but he's a scoring guard.
He is a
more.
shooting guard.
But
But
you could. I mean, he was also very undersized too.
right.
So-
I understand. I mean, I'll take Iverson any day, but I'm gonna end this note on this, and you guys are gonna agree with
Kind of with Matt, actually. I'd take Melo.
me. Wow.
I'm with you, Luke. I take Iverson, but it's not far. It's not.
I'm not
crazy.
saying Iverson crushes Carmelo, but I think Iverson's better. But you guys are going to agree with me on this, and I think this will end off the Carmelo Anthony conversation. I feel bad for Melo because he's the poster boy of, players who are great with their teams when their teams are bad and never won a championship. Like, I'm going to ask you guys some questions, and Jonathan Macri, again, brought this up in his live stream. What is Kevin Garnett if he never joined the Celtics? What is Kevin Durant without Steph Curry? Never winning a chip.
Never.
Because Garnett made the playoffs. Every year was almost a first-round exit, except for that one year where he had Sam Cassell and Latrell Sprewell by his side. After that, they had losing seasons, and then he teamed up with Paul Pierce on the Celtics and Ray Allen, too. What is Ray Allen without Paul Pierce and Kevin Garnett? I'm not saying they're not great players, but, they teamed up to cement their legacy.
Yeah.
Well, then Ray Allen also got the extra
In
championship
Miami.
In Miami,
Like,
as
you
well.
ask all those questions. What about Chris Bosh? What if he never teams up with LeBron and Dwayne Wade? Again, that's my thing with this Carmelo Anthony thing. Like, he's the poster child of a great player who was on a shitty team.
Well, how many championships would LeBron win if he didn't team up with super teams in Miami and Los Angeles?
Well, he would have that lone ring in Cleveland, but
He'd have that one
just
ring in Cleveland. That's that one.
And the thing is about Kevin Durant too, was he ever a top option on his team? Was he ever the top option?
On what team? The
The
Warriors.
Warriors winning the chip. Was he ever that top guy? Or was it actual Steph Curry?
I mean, you could argue Durant was the better player in the finals, but I mean, I'm not going to go out and say that he would win it alone because he hasn't. Steph has won without him.
Yeah.
Durant hasn't won anything by himself because
100%.
he joined a team that was a 73
wins.
73 win team. So it's but the issue is a lot of guys do it now, and
Right.
you compare it back to the 80s and 90s.
What about Damian Lillard? Damian Lillard is a perfect example if he does not win a ring in his entire career.
I mean, yeah. No, there's plenty of guys that don't get to win a ring because they don't team up and they stay in one specific location. But
That's a great. I think Lillard's a perfect example, and he's one who gets criticized for being loyal. Same with Carmelo Anthony. He got criticized for being loyal to the Knicks. Oh, he should have gone to Miami. Blah 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 blah. What are they saying about Damian Lillard? Oh, he needs to leave. Right. So, like, it's very similar, but I think Lillard gets more of a break than Melo. I think people really love watching Dame Lillard, but forget about how great Melo was.
It's just the bad rap that Melo gets. Like, everybody says, Melo came back for the money. I disagree. I think this was his town, and he wanted to be the leader of the ship here in New York. But
he really did. He got screwed.
Definitely. Phil was going to trade Porzingis for Booker, but Dolan said no and fired him. I thought he actually got fired for drafting Frank Ntilikina.
I don't know about that, but
no.
But I think I do remember the report Matt Riley was talking about. If I'm not,
he actually got fired. I believe that he got fired because he made Porzingis available for a trade.
Yeah.
And that's what pissed Dolan off, because at that point Porzingis was their most marketable asset, and that's why it forced him out.
Damn,
that was the one thing I'd actually give Phil the benefit of the doubt on. He'd probably been right to trade him.
Exactly.
Booker, hell yeah, I would have taken Devin Booker. God damn it.
Wasn't Vince Carter on those 2010 Knicks teams? I know he was a Nets player. Yeah, he was a Nets player. Again, Vince Carter's a perfect example because he never won a championship.
Toronto, Nets, never.
Toronto, Nets, other teams, the Magic. I mean, can I include Dwight Howard? Because up until the Lakers in 2020, he never won a championship. He was the best player. He was surrounded by shooters, but he never won a championship.
All right. Rest of the panel. Do you guys look that deeply into how many championships a player wins?
Sometimes. It depends. Like, it depends on the performance. Like, for example, I'll tell you this coming from me. It's hard to say it because it's technically a hot take, but I'm going to say it anyway. I think that if you compare when Damian Lillard finished his career, all said and done, let's say he never makes a finals, never wins a championship, I will put him over AI all time if he stays on the same pace.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm doing that only because some will argue, oh, but AI made the finals before. He's had deeper playoff runs than Lillard. Sure. Anybody remember what support that Allen Iverson had to make it that year when he lost to Kobe?
He had Mutombo as his center,
who was aging.
But he was still a good rim protector. He still was.
Yeah, but he wasn't going to be able to take on Shaq like that.
I understand the matchup, but it still was helpful. But I know where you're getting at. I'm
saying here, I think in the end, you can consider championships if you want. I wouldn't consider championships in that scenario. If Damian wins one, great. He's either way, I think he's above some of the GOATs. Because to me, he's always going to be known as a guy who could always take over.
Mm-hmm.
I'll give you this. If he was this is going to be bold. If he was in a bigger market, you could arguably say he would win more championships, one. And two, because of those championships and the role he'd have, he'd be fighting neck and neck with Steph Curry for being one of the greatest guards of all time. If he was in a bigger market.
Now, I'll say this in terms of to the original question, Donald. Do I think it's determining whether a player is great or not? No. I think you can be a great player and still not win a championship, i.e. Carmelo Anthony. I think is a fantastic player. Yeah. Now, I'm never going to say Carmelo Anthony is a top 5 player of all time because certain guys have certain accolades. And I don't know. I'm not trying to get into a Mount Rushmore of players or a top 5. But in my honest opinion, all of my guys have won. The top 5 guys, in my opinion, have all won multiple championships, and that's MJ, LeBron, Magic, Kareem, and Bill Russell, the greatest champion of all time with 11. And you can argue the order, you can argue another guy in, but I'm not going to go put guys that haven't won anything in the league over guys of the same stature, of course. Obviously, there's bench players and role players that win and stars that never win. but I'm not going to go compare those kind of stars to stars that do win. But I'm also not going to discredit guys just because they don't win, because you have to look at situations. It's more telling of it's kind of like when we use the stat argument. Luke always says stats don't always tell the whole story. I think rings don't always tell the whole story, and that can go for any sport too. There's plenty of guys like Melo, Allen Iverson that never won. Charles Barkley never won.
Patrick Ewing.
Ewing never won. I'm just trying to even think, spitball more guys.
Vince
Carter, Tracy McGrady never won. Dame Lillard doesn't look like he's gonna win unless something miracle happens. But just plenty of guys, that you can list that, Penny Hardaway, another guy, didn't win. Plenty of guys that are great players, but even if they don't win, you're still going to recognize them and recognize them for how great of a player they were.
100%.
That's right. Agreed. Luca, what are your thoughts?
It's what their role was, honestly. Like, championships don't always factor. I'll just say that championships do not always factor in how great of players. Are we going to shit on Patrick Ewing because he never won a chip? No, Patrick Ewing is still a top 10 center of all time. No doubt. Is he better than David Robinson? Probably not. Is he better than Shaq? No. Is he better than Hakeem? No. So I still think he's a top 10 center of all time because he was the head honcho of those, I guess you want to call it dynasty years, even though they didn't really win anything. Those Knicks in the 90s. He was the head honcho. So I don't always factor chips. Yao Ming, another example, especially if he doesn't get hurt.
AD is a perfect example of someone who would have won 0 had he not made that.
Oh, yeah. He would have
partner with them.
He didn't even want to be a part of New Orleans back when, years ago. I forgot what year he got traded now, but because it's been
2019.
Was it not sooner, or was it?
It was 2019. It was 2 years after they traded for DeMarcus Cousins.
That's right. And then, if he never requested out, he'd be stuck in a dumpster fire.
Right.
So the way I try and classify it would be, I would never criticize someone who doesn't win a championship. I don't think that's fair. But the thing is, that's what a lot of people do. That's what a lot of analysts do. Oh, well, he's not won a championship, so he's way down. Oh, he's won a million championships, so he's way up. Well, I think there's more nuance to that, because I think a lot of it is dependent on the situation and how hard your organization works to put people around you, the right pieces around you. So I'm never going to demerit Carmelo Anthony because he didn't win a championship with the New York Knicks, because who exactly has won a championship with the New York Knicks since the 70s? So let's move on from this idea that Carmelo Anthony should be demerited as a New York Knick because he didn't win a championship. No one can win a championship with the Knicks, including Patrick Ewing. So Chris Paul's a great example of he's a point guard. He is a wonderful point guard. One of the greatest point guards I have ever seen in my life. He's unbelievable to watch. Brilliant. But he's never won a chip. Now, I think if I was to criticize him, it would be maybe that he gets injured a lot during the playoffs. That's something that I think is something that you could maybe pay attention to. That he's, no matter what year it is, he always seems to get hurt. And it kills his teams. So that I can criticize. But the fact that he hasn't won a championship, I'm not going to criticize necessarily. So, and I'm never going to demerit him as one of the greatest point guards to ever live because of the lack of championships. I don't think it's fair. You need to look at the talent and situations. But if it was a 50-50 scenario and you're like, who do I going to go with? I'm going to go with the guy who's won the chips.
Of course.
Right? I think that's fair. And I've always made that argument because, like, what's the big argument regarding Derek Jeter? Clutch hitter, 5 championships, right? And you have to look at those rings too as a way of strengthening your case. So certainly it helps your case. big time if you go multiple championships. And as for like the other main guys that you're looking at, Jordan, LeBron, Kobe Bryant, Magic, you look at these guys and I think, well, LeBron, amazing, one of the GOATs, but dude has had to jump on a couple of super teams in order to really win things, right?
Sure.
But that's not demeriting the fact that he took the worst Cleveland teams I've ever seen in my entire life to NBA Finals every single year, the worst, and that alone deserves some credit. Like there was some horrendous basketball players that he was carrying all the way to NBA Finals. So, like he was brilliant. But Michael Jordan, man, legit won every single time he got to a finals. So for me, that puts him ahead of LeBron for me. And Carmelo and Kobe Bryant, he has that killer instinct that I've never seen since. No one has the killer instinct that Kobe Bryant has. That Mamba mentality, no one has it. And people have tried to rewrite history with Kobe Bryant now for some reason because they don't like pure scorers, which is the same reason why they don't like Carmelo Anthony. And that really annoys me because for me, Kobe Bryant is the greatest scorer I've ever seen. And I have him above LeBron.
If Kobe was
because he wins championships. Again, as I say, it's a 50-50. Then I'm like, who am I going to go with? I'm going to go with the more titles.
Okay, can I ask you a question? How many titles does Kobe have?
5.
He does have 5. Okay, I thought it was more like 4. I didn't know it was 5.
He had the 3-peat with Shaq, and then he had the 2 in the later end of his career.
Okay,
with
got it.
Gasol.
Okay, makes sense. So he's got 5. LeBron's got 4.
Yes.
If he wins one more, then what would you say then, Donald?
But again, it's the super teams. Like Kobe never had to jump on super teams. He was always loyal to the Lakers from start to finish. LeBron's jumped
guys like that.
I know, but LeBron's jumped to multiple teams to try and win, like the Miami Heat stuff.
I'll give you another player who didn't do it.
I give him credit for coming back to the Cavs to win the championship. That was awesome. Brilliant.
Yes. I'll say this, though. You know who else you could add in the conversation, too, with Kobe because of the loyalty aspect? Tim Duncan.
Mm-hmm.
You could put Duncan technically in the convo as one of the best defensive players of all time, maybe the best.
He might be the best power forward in the game ever.
I think he is.
Yeah.
I
think even when, and I'm saying this as an honest Bucks fan, I think even when Giannis retires, he still will not go down as the greatest defensive player. That will solely belong to Tim Duncan. I don't think he'll be able to top him.
Mm-hmm.
Jacob, the point is
in terms of power forward.
Jacob, the point is here. Kobe stayed with the same team his entire
career.
That's the point.
Yes. If they built a super team around him, fine. But LeBron actually moved 2 teams to build super teams, which is completely different than what Kobe did.
Like the Lakers acquired Pau Gasol for Kobe.
Yeah,
it was the tandem of those two, but Kobe was the head honcho.
They brought in Shaq for Kobe. When I remember that young Kobe Bryant, they brought Shaq in for him.
Yeah.
Right. Super team. Kyrie has won a chip. He won a chip with the Cavs, even though it's barely mentioned. Obviously, going back 3-1 down.
Let me see if I can get a couple more guys I could add in this conversation in terms of loyalty. Do you want to add Curry into the argument just because he's been a Warrior since drafting?
Mm-hmm.
And it was really they built the team for him, for Clay, for Draymond.
You can throw Scottie Pippen. I know you can throw Scottie Pippen in there. I know he was drafted by the Bulls. I mean, because you can make the argument. Obviously, Michael Jordan's the ringleader of the alpha dog on that team, but he didn't win anything without Scottie. So you could.
And don't forget Magic and Bird too. They were the same way. Remember when Magic came in the league, they were all about Kareem with the Lakers, but the Lakers were not finishing the job. They bring Magic in, and they're finishing the job.
Well, if you actually remember too, early in Magic's career, they called him tragic because he had a couple choke moments in the playoffs, Magic Johnson. But then he once he grew up more, he overcame that.
And Bird was the same way too. Bird was another one. The problem was the Celtics were always a dynasty, really, in the 70s and 80s. They really were still a dynasty. No matter who you talk to, they were still a dynasty.
Even as a
So
member,
adding Bird just made it stronger.
even as a member of the Lakers, like after they traded Shaq, the Lakers were kind of mediocre with Kobe, but he still brought them to the playoffs as a member. He wanted to get out, but he's like, you know what? I'm going to stay here and do my job.
And I'll add in Dirk. I'm going to add Dirk to that
Yes,
too.
Dirk. Yeah,
Dirk's another one. Whole career there. They had so many opportunities to win. They tried to build around him once with Steve Nash. It didn't work out. But then now they started building a smaller team around him. It wasn't still the strongest team at the time when they took on the Heat. They were the underdog team.
Mm-hmm.
They still won with Dirk. It was, again, completely unbelievable what they did there in Dallas. It's a shame it didn't replicate before his retirement again. I would have loved to see him win one more, but he didn't. And who else could you say? Oh, Isaiah Thomas. Pistons.
Bad boy Pistons.
He's one of the most underappreciated guards of all time.
Agreed.
And he stayed with Detroit the whole time. Another guy that put loyalty ahead of everything else.
Respect for those guys, I think.
Oh, did I forget Dr. J too with the Philly?
Now you just mentioned it, so yeah.
Yeah, I think we did forget it, yeah.
Dr. J.
I'm trying to see who else I could think of. Stockton, 19
John
years.
Stockton.
All 19 years with the Jazz. Miller stayed with the Pacers his entire 18-year career.
Of course.
Fuck Reggie
And
Miller.
even though he's not really in a GOAT conversation, I'll still add him in. The Admiral, David Robinson, all his years with the Spurs.
Where would y'all put D Wade?
Top. I have, in terms of shooting guards, I have Michael. Kobe is better than him. And that might.
I think he's third best shooting guard of all time.
Yeah. I'm trying to
I
think.
adore D-Wade. Absolutely loved watching him. One of my favorite players growing up.
Remember, he took an older Shaq and he won with him.
Somebody just said about Dr. J saying he was a net. I'll be honest with you. If you're talking about the ABA early on, yeah, he wasn't in Philly because he was in the ABA at the time.
Mm-hmm.
Then when they became the NBA, he was in Philly, and he stayed every year of his 12-year career in Philly.
Mm-hmm.
Before that, he was in, what was it? I think it was Virginia Squires and a New York, what were they called? I think they were the New York Nets at the time because he's right about the Nets part. But they were in the ABA, and they were like New York Nets, I think.
Of course.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
Is this Mavericks team similar to the Bucks team, Brian?
In what aspect is he trying to say? Is he trying to say that, well, let's see. You want to talk about that Mavericks team that won that year? I mean, let me take a look real quick because I've got, Basketball Reference on standby like this.
I forgot to mention, what else? What about Paul Pierce? Like, what is Paul Pierce without that super team?
Good point.
Because his teams were mediocre with him and Doc Rivers for about the mid portion of the 2000s.
Yeah.
Let me add. Okay, I think I got it now. That team with Nowitzki was the top scorer by far. It was 23 points per game, but he had Jason Terry, good three-point shooter.
Jason Kidd.
Right? Here we go. Caron Butler. They had Sean Marion at the time. They had, you said Chandler, right?
Tyson Chandler is on that team.
They had Barea, Stojakovic.
They traded for Stojakovic.
They did.
Mm-hmm.
They also had a 37-year-old Jason Kidd off the bench.
I think Kidd was a starter back then, actually.
I thought he was off the bench the way he scored.
I think he was just older, but I think they started him that season.
That was so weird then because it was like they're treating it like he was on the bench on the site.
I remember those teams.
That was weird. Starter. Okay, let me just check then, go by minutes per game because that's how I'll know. Yep, you're right. He started second most minutes on the team per game.
He really
did start.
You know who I also think is an underrated player who never got to win a championship. He did sift from team to team, but he tried to win it with this one team. Chris Webber with the Kings.
Yeah.
Yes, Webber. Underappreciated. Really is. I really wish he could have got one. I do. And I'll say but finishing the comment about the Mavericks and the Bucks, Dirk was the top guy on the team that year. Giannis was the top guy on his team that year. If I'm correct, did Dirk win an MVP that year or no? That went to somebody else.
In the season, he won a championship.
Yeah, no, he didn't get MVP that year. He got Finals MVP. He only has one MVP to his name. That was in the 07 season. Forgot about that. Okay. So, and it comes back to my point, which I like to make all the time. If you win an MVP in the NBA, the likelihood you win a title, an NBA championship, is like next to none.
Mm-hmm.
Because look what happened when they gave it to Embiid. How quickly did they fall out? They gave it to Embiid, he fell out. The 2 years that Giannis got it, they both were out. The 1 year he didn't get it, where I think he really did deserve it, which was Jokic's first year, where he should have three-peated, they went on to win the championship.
Uh-huh.
Jokic went back-to-back. Hasn't won a championship in either of those years. The Nuggets kept choking. Now, they gave it to Embiid this year. Jokic is playing insanely well in the playoffs when he really did deserve it too. He deserved the MVP this year. He should have three-peated. And now they're one win away from going to the finals with Jokic's opportunity to get his first title. It'll be literally identical to what happened to Giannis just a couple years ago.
I badly want the Nuggets to win, but any other Chris Mullen also mentioned as well.
Mullen, yep.
Did Tim Hardaway ever win a chip?
I'll tell you right now. Double check it.
He might have.
Right now, we're talking about obviously senior, right?
Yes.
Yeah, no, he didn't win a chip.
Oh, he didn't win anything? No.
5-time All-Star, 5-time All-NBA. Never won a championship. He's in the Hall of Fame.
Okay.
It's a shame, too, because he was on some good teams, too. He was with the problem is he was with the Warriors in the early 90s, where he got the couple All-Star nods, and then the years in Miami.
Right. Quick update here regarding this game. Denver up 113-111. Lakers have the final possession with 4 seconds to go. They will have the final shot to tie.
I got it on right now, too.
Oh, my God. I'm getting it on right now, too. I'm going right now.
I got it
threw it on my.
I was in the middle of watching. I now pronounce you Chuck and Larry because it's Adam Sandler, of course. But now I'm definitely putting this on.
Jokic went beast mode and scored over AD to give them the lead.
You guys need to check out the three-pointer he hit earlier.
And then LeBron.
It was fucking nuts.
Yeah, I saw it. I saw it on Twitter. I looked at.
LeBron tried to fade away, which hit the side of the backboard.
Of course it did.
Crackle nuts. I might have never won a championship, but I got a PhD in understanding.
You tell him, John.
That's right.
Yeah, that's the best comeback.
PhD in understanding.
Another side
That's all you
comment.
need.
Matt Riley says that DeMarcus Cousins should definitely be on here. Tried so hard to win in Sacramento. They went to
It's on
different
ESPN,
teams.
right?
Yeah.
Yes. We tried hard to win in Sacramento and then went to different teams. And unfortunately, injuries got the best of him in those years.
And now everybody thinks that he's a nobody and he was never good in the first place. When meanwhile, I remember his New Orleans years and he was absolutely lights out. There was arguments he was the best center in the game at that point.
All right. 4 seconds left on the clock.
Well, here we
Here we
go.
go. Are the Lakers going to send this to game 5?
LeBron got it. LeBron is fouled, surely. Oh, it's not happening. It's done. The Lakers lose.
Fuck yeah.
Lakers lose.
Oh, my God. They got swept.
All right.
Jokic is crying.
You know what time?
Jokic is definitely
Laker
crying.
fans are going to be pissed.
Alex,
First of all, I want to say to all the Lakers fans out here, fuck you, you insensitive motherfuckers, you entitled pieces of shit. This was not your year. This was never your. Fuck you all, you entitled bastards.
We know what time. We know what dance it is, right? Are we ready?
Oh wait. Hold on. Wait. Well, oh yeah, go do that. Yeah.
Ready?
Sweet.
I just thought
Remember what I said
pulled
about
that out.
ESPN, guys? They always talk about LeBron, and what are they doing? rather than focus on Jokic on the court celebrating, the back-to-back MVP, who didn't get it this year, should have got it, they're following him off the court to his locker room.
Sorry, I didn't get enough in the pail. Okay.
And the Lakers can cry all they want about not making it this year. They are still tied for the most NBA championships in league history. So I don't want to hear a single word from them or the Celtics fans, because we know the Celtics are losing tomorrow night.
Oh, fuck it.
Crackle Nuts is like, yeah, take that, John. Your Lakers lost.
I'm not a Lakers fan. I'm a Knicks fan.
I watched a replay of that last possession. That was perfect defense.
Oh, somebody just said MJ would never get swept.
Not perfect defense by the Nuggets, because I was like, wow, was that a foul? But no, it was actually perfect defense. It was basically a block. Two guys just shut him down. He couldn't get anywhere. Amazing job. And
Denver Nuggets.
LeBron had a shit series.
He did. This was the one game he played well, and this was it. And they still wasn't enough because AD choked and failed him.
Even the refs couldn't help them in the first half.
I'm so happy for Denver. I know I'd be lying if I said I wasn't. I really am happy for them because that franchise needs one. They need a championship so bad.
I want Jokic to win it all. I don't want Miami winning.
I want Jokic to win. I think the dude deserves it. The way he's been playing, the last 3 years, he's absolutely deserves this.
Wow, it was an Aaron Gordon block.
Ooh, Aaron Gordon.
That's right. Aaron Gordon's going to the finals.
It was. That was incredible. Aaron Gordon tracked him the entire way.
Him and Murray together.
Yep. Murray did a great job.
Got it loose though. Look at him.
Murray had his hand on the ball, and then Aaron Gordon blocked the shot, and then
no foul, all ball. That's on Jamal. I'm sorry.
I love Jamal.
Gordon was a good presence, but Jamal was keeping him from getting the shot up. And look at that. LA sold the second half terribly.
LA
1 from 9.
Wow, Jamal Murray did so great there. How about that for defense?
And this is something I've said for a long time with Denver, and that's why they failed last year. Not having Jamal Murray really affected them badly. Like, as much as people can shit on him for a lot of things he's done and like the way he acts sometimes, the guy comes up in the most important moments. Mm-hmm. And this was one of them. And, great three-point shooter, strong facilitator. He just does everything well. He's not an all-star, but he does it all well, which is what you want. Kind of like, for example, what the Knicks have with Brunson. Brunson was never an all-star. He should have been one this year. Should have been voted in, I should say. But he does the job well. He does everything right. He shoots well. He's a good facilitator, a great setup guy. He knows, and he's big in big situations. Same thing with Murray, except Murray's not at the same all-star level.
Yeah, let's talk about Jamal Murray. So underrated. Like, we're going to talk about Jokic getting triple doubles like in his sleep, and incredible series. But Jamal Murray had an amazing series, amazing playoffs to this point.
Yeah,
he's been wonderful. Like, how many 30 points games does he have over the last, this series?
I'm going to look at it now in the game logs. I'm going to see if I can find it.
Well, I'll say this about Jamal Murray. To see a guy come back from major injury and then to go back to the level he was, because remember, before his injury, he was, having crazy playoff games for Denver where he was dropping 30, 40. I think he had a 50-point game in there, if I'm not mistaken. But
how many points did he have tonight?
I don't know the box score, Brian. You'd have to look that
I'm
up.
looking at it now. He had 25 tonight.
25, okay.
But the rest of the series, he had 30 plus.
Amazing.
There's nothing.
I'm talking what is it? What are the numbers? Here we go. There we go. 31 in game 1. He had 37 in games 2 and 3. He also had a double-double in game 2 with 37 points, 10 rebounds, and 5 assists. Jamal Murray.
Remember he outdueled Donovan Mitchell? Remember when they both went at it?
Yeah.
And they were both dropping 50s and 40s and shit, but Murray outdueled him.
Yeah. It's
Sorry.
crazy to also look back when you look at the overall stats for Murray. He missed all of last year with that ACL injury. He comes right back. He's averaging one less point, but everything else has been shooting very, very well and efficiently still.
Ridiculous.
Nothing's
So good.
changed. 25 years old. He's still doing everything right.
Brian,
I'll be fair.
quick comment here from Matt Riley. Brian, where's your Nuggets hat?
That's what I was saying. Yeah. I don't have one.
I'll be fair, and I'll say this. I love every aspect of that Nuggets team. I love the coach. First of all, we're all going to root on the coach because he is a born New Yorker. He's from Astoria, Queens. His dad, I think, went to school in Harlem, so I'm going to be rooting Mr. Malone on. I love their coach. I love Jokic. I love Jamal Murray. I love I love the way they constructed the roster. That starting line. Go ahead, Alex.
I believe this is like how many years in a row that the NBA Finals has a former Knick player on a
DeAndre
team.
Jordan. DeAndre Jordan. Going to the finals as a member of the Nuggets. Obviously a former Knicks, so that continues the trend. But what I was saying was I love every aspect of the team. The coach, the way this roster is constructed, the way the rotations are constructed, the way they run their offense, the way they run their defense. I mean, you have 2 3-and-D guys in Gordon and Caldwell Pope, but surrounded by your 3 stars in Jokic. I mean, Porter Jr. is not much of a star, but he's more of an up-and-comer. And Jamal Murray. I love the way they constructed that entire starting lineup. That's how the Knicks should be, honestly, if you want to be fair. You have your 3 stars, and then you have your role player. You have your elite level role players alongside.
That's right. One thing I want to add. I was reading an article up from the Ringer, and I thought this was very interesting. Nuggets 3-pointers during the conference finals. So this is the percentages of some of the guys. And this is before Game 4 tonight. Murray was at 45%. Michael Porter Jr. is at 47%. KCP, Kentavious Caldwell Pope, was 45%. The Joker was at 45%. Bruce Brown, 40%. That's incredible fucking shooting right there.
Remarkable.
Yeah. I'm also going to add here, Jokic had a triple-double tonight. Triple-double.
Of course.
And
I'm not even shocked.
You want to add credit to Mike Malone here. Mike Malone has been there since the 15-16 season.
Yeah, he's been there a
Yeah,
while.
he's been there a long time, and they've trusted him. That was back when it was Will Barton, DJ Augustin, rookie Jokic, and Fareed.
Gallinari.
Was still on the team. Yep, Gallinari. And he
Harris.
slowly built the team up to be better and better. They went from having a losing record in his first year. They were 40-42 the next year. Then 17-18, they had a winning record, and they were slowly getting the core together. 18-19, they finished second in the West, and that's when they started their dominant run.
Yep.
It's 4-28, 46-27, 47-25, and 48-34 last year. And this year, 53-29, the best year by far since Mike Malone's been there. They did everything right in Denver. They were patient, and they let Malone work. I wish more teams were like that and let their coaches work to build their foundation. Because remember what I said. He had Jokic since the beginning. He drafted Jokic.
Yes.
He knew Jokic in his first season, and he's developed him into this star. And it's now built a really good chance for them to bring their first title to Denver. I don't think Denver's won it.
I don't think they have either.
No, they've never won a championship in their history, so this would be their first.
I would hope they do.
I am going to play this 3-pointer. This is some wicked shit. I'm sure you guys have already seen it already.
Yep.
I'm just gonna, but this is for the chat in case they haven't seen it. Watch Jokic, number 15.
Oh.
Shot.
Right in AD's face.
Insane.
We like to call Anthony Davis sponsored by Ultra Charmin Extra Soft.
Extra soft.
Do you know what sucks though? That was still really good defense from Davis, and there was just nothing he could do.
No.
Jokic had the perfect angle, perfect flick, everything, perfect balance. Even when it was a fadeaway. Got it.
You know what? Matt Riley brings this up. Nuggets shoot the 3 right. They're efficient instead of just crappy chucks. They were top 3 in 3-point percentage, but bottom 3 in 3-point attempts. You know what I love? First of all, Malone is creative as hell, and he draws plays for guys to get open. You see Jokic getting open on pin downs. You see Murray getting open on some horns plays. It's really fucking fun to watch their offense. I'll be honest, I have never rooted for a team more than the Nuggets this finals coming around.
I think it's just because there's nobody else to root for.
I don't
Nobody
want to
wants
root for the Heat or the
Celtics.
Celtics.
Yeah.
Nobody wanted to root for the Lakers. And honestly, as much as I like the Heat's energy they got going right now, like even though they kicked my team's ass, I'm gonna say it. I think the Nuggets just deserve it. That's it. Like I'm fine with it. The Nuggets did everything right, and it's no hate to the Heat because I love how the Heat stuck with Spoelstra the entire way, even when the team wasn't that good. Like it was, I got a lot of respect for the Heat too. But in this case, I want to see the Nuggets win. Jokic has to get a ring. He has to. This is his best chance right now. This is it.
Yeah, like I definitely I'm delighted that the Nuggets have done this. Listen, I've got a soft spot for the Lakers because of Kobe Bryant. I'm a huge Kobe stan, so I've always had a soft spot for the Lakers. But I can't stand AD. I just don't like him very much. And I have difficulty rooting for them. But as for the Nuggets, they've done everything right. They built the team the right way, incrementally. And the Lakers didn't deserve to make the finals because they had to abandon ship midway through this year because they were about to end up in the lottery because they put together such a joke team that they basically had to rebuild on the fly. And credit to them for getting this far with the fact that it was all done with mid-season trades. But in my opinion, the Nuggets have done this the right way. They've built this the right way. They built great foundational pieces around Jokic. They got Jamal Murray, and they got good guys, really good people in there. And also, Jokic is like arrived. And that's probably the best thing that could have happened to Jokic was losing the MVP because he's played with a bit of a chip on his shoulder and he's been doing ridiculous shit out there, like mind-blowing shit that we're like, oh, actually, you know what? Maybe he is better than Embiid. You know what I mean? So, yeah, that was something, man. He's doing some crazy stuff. And, you know, congratulations to the Nuggets, man. This is not a big market team. Denver is not a huge market, not like LA, and they've had to take a long rebuild, and they've had to work incrementally, build to get to this point, and they deserve a hell of a lot of credit for this.
I love watching small market teams win. That's
true. Two things I want to mention. Lisa Salters asked Jokic in his post-game interview, "What does this trophy mean to you?" Jokic, nothing. It goes to my teammates.
The Joker.
Love it.
And another thing I was going to add, I actually said that the Nuggets would get eliminated in the first or second round because I thought, it's not that they were a fake first seed or anything. I thought like the past failures of the playoffs would haunt them, but I'm glad I'm fucking wrong. They deserve every moment of this. Every single moment.
But John's got to sign off because he's got his first day of work at CBS tomorrow. So, Angry John.
Good luck,
night,
John.
Guys. Let's go Nuggets. Screw the Heat and Celtics.
Good luck, John.
Talk to you, man.
All right. Anybody have final thoughts in the NBA? Because I think we still got to do some predictions.
Yeah, finish off with the Giants and Jets. But what you were saying, Brian?
Okay, I'll sum it up real quick. Happy for the Nuggets. Happy the Lakers lost. I mean, the amount I'll say this outright. As much as I don't like Celtics fans, and I mean it, I really don't like the Celtics. I cannot stand the Lakers fans. Ever since LeBron got there, they have been so toxic. And they've acted like they're entitled to championships, which was the reason people hated Boston and why we hated the Lakers in the first place. The only reason we tolerated the Lakers for so long up to this point was because Kobe was on the team and you could never disrespect Kobe. But since he's been retired, we've had this thing where they disappeared after Kobe retired. They came back when LeBron joined the team. and they're acting like they deserve a championship every single year. I can't stand fans who feel like they're entitled to win.
Mm-hmm.
That's my biggest argument. That's why for a long time I didn't like the Patriots, because fans were always like, we're entitled to win. We're entitled to every single championship. Now that they don't have a winning team anymore, they're more tolerable because
They've
they've
crawled back in
become
the
humble.
hole.
Sometimes you need hard times to humble yourself. That's how it works for fans. You need to have hard times to become humbled. So, yeah, I mean, I think this was something the Lakers deserved. I think it finally showed that LeBron is human. I'll say that. And, yeah, I'm going to ask one question, though, just with a quick answer from everybody. Do you think this affects LeBron's legacy in any way in terms of him being competitive with Jordan as a GOAT?
Sounds like an ESPN talking point. But
I know. That's why I'm saying it. I'm bringing it up. I know it's an ESPN talking point, but it is a genuine question because, Jordan never got swept in the conference finals.
Yep.
LeBron just did. So now becomes the question. In a more competitive conference, he just got swept. So
I think it does. I think it should. I think it's only fair because he didn't even play that well this series. If he was doing crazy shit and they were getting swept, okay. But he wasn't very good for much of it. He was missing a lot of threes. Now, he wasn't the reason why they lost, but still, like, there has to be some kind of responsibility for that. I love LeBron's game, but he's a little too cocky for me at times.
yeah. And I also want to touch on Jacob because he also made a great football-related analysis, which was the Chiefs fans are going to feel entitled the next few years. They've already been feeling entitled. Let's be fair here.
I'm
They've
not
been feeling
surrounded by
entitled.
any, so. But yeah,
I was gonna say LeBron does also bitch a little bit when it comes to the refs.
Yeah.
That's why.
What about when he flopped like 20 feet?
Oh, when they didn't call it and it was clear as day, there was never contact. I remember that.
Oh, and he flew back like 20 feet. That was disgraceful. Again, that would have to affect your legacy too, because that would never happen to Michael Jordan or Kobe Bryant.
For the soccer, I don't know if there's any soccer fans in the
That's a
chat,
soccer thing to do.
but it's such a Neymar thing to do.
It's a Neymar thing. 100% Neymar.
Neymar could get blown on and he'll fall down screaming and need a stretcher.
Yeah, and that's just what LeBron did. This kind of stuff has to affect your legacy. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
If it wasn't obvious already, Nikola Jokic has won the Western Conference Finals MVP.
Yeah, who
Should have been
forget
Jamal,
that?
but I digress.
Did he average a triple-double for the series?
That's a good question. I'm actually going to look that up right now before we head to football.
That is a good question. I guess in the meantime, we'll just go. Anybody else have any final NBA thoughts?
I digress.
It looks like it's going to be Heat Nuggets finals.
Oh, and the Laker fans are already coming out with.
It was rigged. It should have been a foul. We know.
No,
you watch
no,
it
just like trying to boast up LeBron.
Guys, he did average a triple-double. 27, 14, and 11.
Yeah, never mind. Forget what I said. It's Jokic. I take it back.
That's my guy. Wow. I also take back saying that I thought Embiid was slightly better. He's not. No one's better than Jokic.
He flops in the playoffs. Jokic does not.
Continues to support my argument that Jokic should have won MVP this year. Continues to support it. 3 years. Should have been three-peat.
You were right, Brian.
Yeah, Brian was right. Anyway, so because Angry John had to leave, and by the way, it's CBS, not CVS, Jacob. We'll be doing Jets next week. So I guess the two teams we can cover for predictions this week, just to wrap it up, are the Giants and Brian's own Bucks. And the way this will work is kind of like last year, how let's just say it's a 3-1 or a 4-0, whether it's a loss or a win based on what the panel says. But if it's a 2v2, we're going to ask the audience for some help in terms of where we go in terms of our predictions. So
can you do polls?
I mean, that would take a little bit. I could just ask the chat, like, do you think the Giants are going to win this game? And if it's a bunch of losses, we'll go with a loss. If it's a bunch of wins, we'll go with a win. So with that being said, let's go to our friends at Playoff Predictor. I did my own individual video, but with that being said, it's not going to stop me from doing this, obviously, with you guys. So, New York Giants, home against the Dallas Cowboys. I really hate the schedule the way it looks the first few weeks. I think it's brutal. 7 out of 10 games in the first are road, but I think the Giants do have some loopholes in some places. I'm going to say the Giants take an L on Sunday Night Football to open up.
Sunday Night Football?
Sunday Night Football.
God, that's the tough part. Honestly, we know the whole stereotype saying that Daniel Jones isn't good under the lights.
Obviously he shit the bed in Philly, but
Definitely.
also if you're talking regular season, he kind of beat that stereotype against Washington, though it was Washington.
Okay. Well, I'll just give you my pick here. I'm going to go. It's in New York, though, and I do like New York's defense this year. I'm going to go Dallas. I'll go Dallas.
Okay.
I'm going to just say the Giants L here.
Giants L. Okay. Donald?
Giants W.
Okay.
Keeps it from
Objection.
being a sweep.
I think the Giants beat the Cowboys. I think the Giants are going to play with a little bit of. I think Daniel Jones will play with a little bit of a chip on his shoulder, with the criticism after the contract, and he doesn't deserve it. I think he'll probably want to. I think he'll want to prove some doubters wrong, especially after strong playoffs. And they've got much better in the offseason. And I think the Cowboys didn't. I wasn't happy with the Cowboys offseason. If I was a Cowboys fan, I would be very nonplussed. So I have a feeling that the Giants win that game.
Okay, so Donald's objection is duly noted. I would love to, obviously, be proven wrong. Jacob says, great stream, fellas. See y'all later.
Hey, Jacob, thank you, my guy.
Thank you for tuning in. Sunil says, Daniel Jones' G-Ladies QB's resemblance to Jim Carrey's character in Dumber and Dumber. Well, that's a Cowboy fan response. Booyah says, Cowboys win. I'm going to star this question for Brian, of course, when we get to the Bucks. This one should be easy, in my opinion. I think this team has one of the worst rosters in the NFL, and they may have one of the worst seasons, depending. I think the Giants go out and take a road victory in Arizona.
I'm going to agree with that wholeheartedly. Their center game is weak. Offensive line is underwhelming. They're going to end up trading DeAndre Hopkins at one point, which is rumored, by the way, to be the Baltimore Ravens as the trade destination. Baltimore could end up having some kind of thing with Hopkins, Zay Flowers, and Odell Beckham Jr. on the same team. And if you're getting healthy prime Odell, that's a terrifying team. But regardless, doesn't change anything else I say. Giants over the Cardinals.
Exactly. Luca?
I said the Giants are going to win.
All right. So, 1-1. Giants, 49ers. Now, in my opinion, even just going to the next one, I think the Giants win one of these next two. It's not easy. Giants, 49ers, I'm going to see what the rest of the panel says. This is Thursday Night Football, which is now flexible, by the way, which is completely stupid. Obviously, that's later in the year that you can flex it. Again, completely stupid. Giants, 49ers, how are we feeling?
This is a tough game. Tough game. But I'll give you this as a thing to think about. There's a good chance Brock Purdy does not start the season as quarterback. He might be on the IR for a few weeks. So there's a chance you won't have to face Purdy. So I'm going to operate under the guise that Purdy's not going to play.
Darnold.
Which would probably mean Darnold, because I don't think Lance wants to play, and they're not going to want Lance to play. So they're going to have Darnold start. If that's the case, Giants W.
Give me a Giants W.
Loss.
All right, Luca.
Loss on a short week.
That's a good point.
Which means very early we have to deviate to the chat.
Sorry
Anyone
to
in
be
the
that
chat?
guy that picked the Giants.
All right. 49ers. Jesus Christmas. I'm going to wait about a few more seconds. Obviously, we see a 49ers win from Booyah. I'm going to wait for maybe one or two more comments, and then we will move on. But it's very much looking like a 49ers win, of course, as of right now. So just right now, I'm going to mark that down, and we'll come back if need be. All right, Giants in Seattle, Monday Night Football. So the Giants get an extra day of rest. I say the Giants lose this one.
I think they take a W.
I don't know. I don't know about this one. Seattle's a tough one, but it's in New York. And the question would be, is Seattle going to replicate what they did last year? Geno Smith going to fall off? As we all know, quarterback that gets paid a lot of money is likely to choke and have struggles the next season. That's like we saw with some big names this past year. But Give me New York. Give me New York.
Okay, Donald.
Give me Seattle. Gino's going to want to prove to the New York fans that he was the rightful quarterback. Not that I'm saying that that's the case,
Of
but
course.
he'll want to feel that.
Yeah,
So
obviously, yeah.
I can feel with. I can see them winning that game.
Yeah. So funny enough, the non-Giant fans say win for New York Giants. I say a loss for the Giants as well as Donald does. Booyah says the Seahawks win. If we have any for instance, Disgruntled and Matt obviously commented with the last one. If they both comment Giants, then we'll overturn it. But for right now, we have a New York Giants loss to the Seattle Seahawks. So very rough and tough schedule. Giants in Miami. Now, if this was in friggin' December or January, I would have said, I'm going to go to this game. But this is way early in the year. Giants in Miami. Interesting Miami team. Panel, thoughts?
I have a funny feeling the Giants are going to pull this out.
Okay. I'll say because it's in Miami, only because it's in Miami, I'm taking Giants loss.
I'm taking
It's because I'm thinking about Jalen Ramsey and Xavier Howard together and what they're going to do to those Giants receivers.
And they also drafted Cam Smith.
Yes, they did.
Hmm.
Knowing that Howard will probably be gone soon.
But can you trust that Tua is going to be healthy?
The only downside of Miami's offense is the fact that they don't have a real wide receiver 3. Like, they're not going to use that chosen dude. And they're not going to use River Kraft. I mean, or Barrios. It'll probably end up being Cedric Wilson.
I'm taking a Giants L.
Yeah, I'm sticking with Miami, though. I think the defense will do enough.
Well, I don't see a scenario where the Giants are going to lose like 4 straight games, which would be the 49ers, the Seahawks, the Dolphins, then the Bills, because they're going to lose the Bills too. So I don't see that happening. This is a good Giants team. So I'm having them beat the Dolphins.
I say W as well. And then I think they lose the next week, in my opinion.
So
yeah, I agree. I think they're going to completely lose to the Bills.
So
They're going to get completely dominated.
Deviating to the chat, as anyone who goes against, like, obviously what's on the board, the objections duly noted. Looks like 2 have said the Giants lose this one, so Miami takes this one. And again, in real life, as I said, I would probably pick a 49ers win or maybe even a Seahawks win. Both are going to be tough games. It's very hard to see a Brian Dable coach team lose 4 in a row. I think they lost, 3 in a row? Maybe it was not even at some point last year. Anyway, Giants and Buffalo on Sunday Night Football. I thought this was interesting.
It's tough, man.
The
problem is with Buffalo. I don't know. I think the Buffalo's offensive lines, basically, they're running it back again this year. Defense, they're finally going to have healthy Von Miller. Elam's probably going to get his start this year at the corner spot. He wasn't great last year. I mean, defense probably got older, a little bit weaker. Receiving core, Khalil Shakir is probably going to start in the 3 spot. So not much receiver help. The only benefit they have is they got Dalton Kincaid as an alternate tight end. So, you know what? You're right. Giants got to get some kind of big road win. This will be it. Give me the Giants.
Okay. All right. Luca?
Loss.
All right. So, Donald, I'm going to guess you go loss. Okay. So, even though Matt says that Giants are going to beat Buffalo, I think this could be a very much upset game. I think the Giants are going to lose this one. Now, this one I think is a win.
Giants.
Yeah.
It's not going to be easy. It's going to be one of those games where they actually have those throwback jerseys, those alternates, which is fun because obviously I went to that game last year. Give me the Giants.
Yep, give me the Giants.
Same.
Here's where it gets interesting.
Jets are coming off a bye week.
Honestly, right now, give me the Giants. This is not bias. Here's where I think the difference is, right? And call me biased, call me stupid, whatever. Aaron Rodgers is definitely a better quarterback than Daniel Jones, but I think it's going to come down to coaching at the end of the day. I think the Giants have a better defensive coach. I think the Jets have better defensive talent. But at the end of the day, it's going to come down to the head coach. And I think Dable is a much better head coach than Robert Saleh is in game adjustments. Give me the New York Giants.
I'm going to say I'm looking right now at offenses because that's what I'm worried about more. Offenses. I know what the Jets defense is capable of.
Right.
They can do a lot of damage. But offense, is it going to be sustainable? If Mekhi Becton stays healthy, they're going to be locked down pretty much on the offensive line. Their receiving core is Garrett Wilson, Alan Lazard, Mecole Hardman. Mecole Hardman. Yes. They have a lot of options. Tight end spot didn't get much better. You got Conklin and Uzoma again doing their thing.
And Kuntz.
Yeah, and Ruckert. So
don't forget the backfield. You're going to have maybe a healthy Breece Hall, Michael Carter, and Israel Abanikanda.
Who I've heard nothing but good things about him so far.
Peace out, disgruntled.
But I compare it to the Giants, and I think offensively the Jets have the advantage. Defensively, I'm going to say the Jets and the Giants are even. So it's going to come down to some little stuff. I could totally see this, and I'm going to say it, the Giants lose this.
Okay. Donald?
Giants win through coaching, and also the Jets didn't do enough of the offensive line, and saying that Big Becton could be healthy is a big stretch considering he's not really been healthy his entire career. So I don't think they did enough to protect Aaron Rodgers. And once again, Aaron Rodgers has a team that didn't invest first round talent in offense. I think they're gonna regret not doing that. And also the Giants did really well against Aaron Rodgers last year and the Packers. Very, very well. Once again, the Giants had a very good offseason. And there's far too many L's on this board. And they're going to win a lot more games than this board's telling them that they're going to win. They're going to win some games. They're going to be a good team. So they're going to beat the Jets.
Luke, I would presume you say Jets.
Yes.
All right. So right now, I'm just going to put it on the equal sign because we have one saying that Sunil's saying that the Giants are going to win. Booyah says the Jets are going to win. So I'm going to put it on the equal sign until we get one more vote that says either Giants or Jets. I think this one should.
It would be such a funny thing if it was ended up being a tie. That's the one game that ties this year.
Please no. Please no. Giants at Raiders, Jimmy Garoppolo,
Taking the Giants.
Daniels, and now the partially owned Tom Brady Raiders, I think. I think that's the new thing. Anyway, I'm taking the Giants.
Giants.
On the Raiders? Yeah, I'll take it.
Giants victory. And then Donald, you'd probably say.
Correct.
Matt, what's your thoughts? Is it Giants or Jets? You'll be the decider, possibly. Giants in Dallas. Unfortunately, I have the feeling that now, if it was an easier schedule, I think the Giants beat Dallas at least once. 3 road games is brutal in a row. I'm going to take Dallas here.
Wait a minute. You're going to have Dallas sweeping the Giants?
Yes.
I'm going to disagree. I'm taking the Giants in Dallas. They need to get hot at some point, and I think that Raiders would do it.
That's crazy overrating of the Cowboys, Alex.
It's not overrating the Cowboys. If the Giants play Dallas at more favorable parts of the schedule, I would say, okay, the Giants are going to win one. I'm not scared of Dallas, but I think the Cowboys will take 2 because they will take 2.
I think
the defense got weaker. Don't believe the hype.
I think the Giants take 1. They're going to get beat bad, probably in Dallas, but I think at home, I think they can win.
Well,
Luca,
is
what are
this
your
one
thoughts
in
on this
home or
game?
is this in Dallas?
I think this is a Giants W.
Oh, so I have the panel overruling me, which is okay.
Yeah,
So I have Brian. You said Giants.
I said Giants. Yes.
Giants.
I have the Giants winning week 1, but losing that. But listen, it's
we could
even.
flip it. We could flip it.
We can flip it. So
yeah. All right. So we could do this. All right.
Okay.
Giants in Washington.
The problem is with Washington, And I know everybody's going to be like, oh, whatever, but we don't know how
Washington.
good or bad Sam Howell's going to be. He's like a wild card. He played really well against Dallas last year when Dallas was still fighting for seeding. So, and they ended up beating them with that team.
Yep.
So Washington's the wild card this year. I don't know how good or bad they're going to be. They could surprise a lot of people, but I'm operate under the guys that Howell's going to have a hard time. I'll take New York for the sweep.
Okay, so coming off this before the Giants game, they're coming over from Seattle. Just wanted to make that note. I'm going to go ahead and say Giants loss.
Giants win.
Oh man.
I guess I'm down on my own team.
Why are
I
you
guess-
so down on them? What have they done that you be so down on them?
It's not the Giants, it's the way the schedule is operating.
Yeah, you guys have like a top 5 hardest schedule in the league this year. Top 5.
Again, objections duly noted by myself because I'm the one objecting, but anyway, I think this is one we could agree on. I think though the Patriots are coming off of a bye, I think they are an easily beatable team. I don't think they have
Easily.
Yeah, Pats are mid. I'm going Giants.
And answer this question for me, guys. Answer this question for me. I had a debate on Friday with 2 people. Who are you taking right now? Deshaun Watson or are you taking Mac Jones?
Deshaun Watson.
Donald?
Easy. Deshaun Watson. No hesitation. I don't even want Mac Jones starting. I want Bailey Zappin. Still.
Mac Jones sucks. Like,
Yeah,
I didn't even like him in college. I sure as shit don't like him in the NFL.
He's immobile. His decisions are inconsistent. His accuracy is inconsistent. Everything's just off about him.
Yeah, because I was told by 2 people that Mac Jones is better. But
He was brought in to be a game manager. That's just that was his only upside, was his only ceiling and only floor, just to be a game manager. But when you only acquire people like that, then don't be surprised if they aren't that good. And he isn't that good.
nope.
Whoever told you that, by the way, they had to have been dropped on their heads as a baby. I don't know what else to say.
Tell that to Matt in the chat. Anyway, the Matt's staring you right in the face, Brian.
Is he a Patriots fan too?
I would hope not.
God, I hope not.
Anyway, coming off a bye, Giants, Green Bay. I'm taking the Giants.
Giants. Green Bay's
Giants.
tank.
Green Bay is looking like a tank here.
Tanky. All right. Giants in New Orleans. I think the Giants take this one.
In New Orleans?
Yes.
Dude, that's tough.
No.
I'm
Give it
telling
to the
you from
Saints.
someone who's been studying the Saints this offseason, they are going to win the NFC South. So you need to watch them.
I've got the
It's a
Saints.
big accomplishment, Brian.
You're talking
Giants-
about a team.
Giants never win in that dome. Never.
They won with crappy Joe Judge.
They just got a very good quarterback in a brand new situation with all the weapons at his disposal that he didn't
Who
have
says
in
Mike
Las
Thomas
Vegas.
is going to be on the field?
Let's start with that. Chris Olave, Michael Thomas, if he's on the field, you're right. But they also have Rashid Shaheed, so I don't care about, but I care more about them having Traquan Smith and James Washington as the backups. In
James
running backs,
Washington was with
they not
us
only
last
have Alvin
year.
Kamara now, they have Jamal Williams as the backup, who dominated and led the league in rushing touchdowns last year. Dude was amazing in short yardage situations and made a what's it called? Pro Bowl out of it. Now you also got in the tight end spot Juwan Johnson, who had a strong year last year, and Foster Moreau, who they just added from the Raiders. You go to the defensive side, that's really the weakness is the defense. That's really it. That's their weakness. It's the defense. The linebacker group is not good. But overall, that offense could really crush. They could crush defenses. If there's one team they could carve the Giants defense.
Yeah. No. I'm going to disagree with you both. Luca, where do you stand on this?
I'm going with Derek Carr and the Saints.
My objection is duly noted. And by the way, Matt, I'm taking, first of all, yeah, Mac Jones apparently has this winning record. No, let's not.
Because
Because
he has weapons at his disposal.
Mac Jones, wait, what, Luca?
That's because he has weapons. He had weapons at Alabama at his disposal.
No, but he's talking about coming into.
Bro, he's never been that good.
His style of quarterback has the style of quarterback he is. I'm going to back you up here, Luca. The style of quarterback he is has changed and is pretty much defunct in this league. He is a pocket passing quarterback. He is not mobile. He's like Phillip Rivers mobile. That's what kind of mobile he is. And Phillip Rivers was never good. I mean, in terms of mobility. But you want to tell me that you need to be a dual threat or have some kind of running ability now to survive in this league. You can't run, you're going to get destroyed. That's how it works. If you don't have a mobile quarterback, you're destroyed. Name one team who doesn't have a mobile quarterback or is capable of running that is successful. Name one. Can anybody name one?
Not at this present moment, because a lot of them are, I mean, other than Rodgers, who's like a semi, all of them are
Semi's
out of
fine.
the league. Brady's gone. Eli gone. Ben gone.
Semi counts. But if they do not run often like a Matt Ryan type, are they still in the league?
No. Again, all of them have perished. So
They're
that's
all
just
gone. So Mac Jones is a part of a dying breed that will still not do well in this league because the game has gotten faster. They've gotten more aggressive. There's just no excuse. There's just no way I could see Mac Jones rebounding and being successful in a division that is so competitive, so aggressive with defense, with an offense that's probably the worst in the division. The Bills' offense is better than them. The Jets' offense is better than them. The Dolphins' offense is better than them. And their quarterback still doesn't know what his name is.
All right, let's move it on. Let's go.
Yeah.
I know.
All right.
I got heated. My bad.
Yeah, you're good. Giants Christmas against the Eagles. I think we know where we're going with this.
Yep.
Yeah, Giants.
Fat L.
Yeah. Giants Rams. I think the Giants take this one.
Giants.
All right. And then the Giants last week of the season against the Eagles.
Can I ask what the record is for the Giants at that point?
Yeah, let's find out.
8-7-1.
Jesus Christ.
8-7-1. Wait a minute. Oh, why you got a tie?
Yeah, we never
Because
fixed the other tie
nobody
from the
resolved the
Jets
Jets
game.
thing.
Oh, come on, resolve it. The Giants are going to win that game.
Yeah, I don't know.
I will
about
cave.
that.
I will cave. How's that? I'll cave and
All
give
right.
you the Giants.
Fair
Sorry,
enough. So
Luca.
that's-
I have to cave.
All
You
right,
gotta break the tie.
I'm marking this down. I'm marking this
9-7.
down.
9-7
I'm
is
gonna
now the record.
Write this
So
down.
now, because it's the final week and they need to qualify, I'll give them the win over the Eagles because the Eagles will easily have the
They're
division.
sitting the starters.
Yeah. Give me the Giants.
Yeah.
They're going to rest them, and it won't be like last year's situation where they had the backup in the final game of the season.
Well,
10
I mean, I think I have the Giants as a 10-win team.
Yeah.
Matt got one. Matt named one.
Yeah,
Damn,
Jared
he got
Goff.
one. I wasn't thinking. Jared Goff.
You're looking at that schedule. I think there's a couple of harsh ones that have gone against the Giants, but there's other ones where I would have had the Giants lose. So
I could have totally had the if you flip San Francisco and you flip the Seattle Seahawks, this team is easily in the playoffs if you flip it. So those are the two games I think are going to be the most crucial. If they have a healthy Brock Purdy, it's going to be a really tough win if you're going to go for it. Seattle, that's a 50-50. It depends on how Geno plays.
I have a hard time seeing the Giants ever beat the Eagles, but I do think the Giants are going to finish with 10 wins. So
Yeah.
Okay.
it'll
At least
work
10,
out.
at least. But yeah,
Man.
Matt's right. Jared Goff, yeah, he definitely had a really good year last year. But here's the thing. That's his first good year since he came in the league, is it not? Because even when he made the Super Bowl with the Rams, he wasn't playing phenomenal. It was his first good year as a pocket passer. So it
Anyway,
took him this long.
wrap up last team, Brian's team, and then we'll save the Jets for next week, of course. Bucks at Vikings.
All right. L.
Yeah, give me Vikes.
Yeah, give me the Vikes.
An interesting Bears team against the Bucks.
Give me the Bucks. Give me the Bucks.
Give me the Bears.
I'll take the Bucks at home.
Give me the Bucks.
All right. Eagles, Bucks, Monday Night Football.
I'm totally taking Tampa Bay. I'm taking the Eagles. Crushed. They're going to get crushed.
Yeah.
All right.
It's Todd Bowles leading the team. Come on now.
Tampa Bay in New Orleans.
New Orleans.
Saints.
Yeah, I'll take the Saints at home.
Yeah.
Off a bye against Detroit, who had a weird draft.
I hate that we have an early bye, but I'm going to tell you one thing. Lions actually drafted well. Give me the Lions.
Bucks.
I don't know what you drafted. You know what? Yeah, give me the Lions.
Give me the Lions.
Falcons at Bucks.
Bucks.
I'm gonna take
I'll
the
take
Bucks.
Bucks all day.
Bucks all day, yeah.
All right. Thursday Night Football, Bucks Bills.
You could skip that one. We know.
Bills.
Give me the Bucks.
I thank you for having hope. I thank you, and I commend it.
All right. Bucks versus Texans.
The problem with the Texans is a lot of people are going to say that they're going to suck next year too. And I'm going to tell you, I see them as like a 6 or 7 win team. And I'm going to tell you why. Before I know it's going to be a little in depth and we want to wrap this up quick, but I'm going to just read this off really quickly. CJ Stroud's the quarterback. I'm a believer in Stroud.
Yep.
The run game, their duo is Damian Pierce and Devin Singletary.
Yep.
The receiving core, Robert Woods, Nico Collins, John Mechie III, who will probably be replaced by either Tank Dell or Noah Brown. Tight end is Dalton Schultz. Their offensive line is solid too. Tunsil, Kenyon Green, Juice Scruggs, who they just drafted. Shaq Mason is back there now, and Titus Howard. Defense, Will Anderson with Malik Collins, Sheldon Rankins, Jerry Hughes to wrap out the front four. That's a solid front four.
It's a
You go to
very
linebacker
good front
for
four.
Denzel Perryman, Christian Harris, Christian Kirksey, decent linebacker group. And in the receiving and in the secondary room, Steven Nelson, Jimmy Ward, Jalen Petrie, and Derek Stingley Jr. Great group all the way around. Completely underrated. I'll
Give
still
me the
take-
Texans.
Give me the Bucks.
Texans by this much.
It's going to be a split. I knew it was coming because I'm telling you, I just read off all those names. You guys realized how good the Texans are. Sneaky good.
I'll say Texans for right now, but if anyone in the chat objects, then it is noted.
Bucks over the
Titans.
Titans all day. Taking it.
Who you taking?
Bucks over the Titans.
I'm
Oh
taking
yeah,
the
Bucks.
Well, me too.
They're
Definitely.
a mess.
Niners, San Francisco. I'm taking San Fran.
Purdy should be back by then. Yeah.
San Fran. Bucks, Colts.
Bucks.
Colts coming off a bye.
Bucks definitely.
Bucks.
I'm
Colts
taking
are awful.
Yeah.
Panthers at Bucks. I think it's a series
Tough. This is
split.
a really tough pick because Carolina's going to be a little weird this year.
Give me the
They're either
Bucks.
going to be really good or they're going to be abysmal.
I'm gonna take the Bucks.
Yeah,
Bucks.
I'll take the Bucks here.
All right. Bucks at Falcons. I think it's
Falcons.
a split.
Yep.
We'll split.
Bucks at Green Bay.
We'll be at
Bucks.
Green Bay. We could do it.
I'm taking the Bucks as well.
Same here.
Only downside, it's going to be in December. It's going to be
Yeah, it's
cold weather.
cold.
But we've done it before. We've won there. So,
Jacksonville and Tampa Bay.
Jags.
Jacksonville.
Yeah, give me Jacksonville. Saints in Saints in Tampa Bay.
Saints.
I see them
This team
splitting.
swept.
Split. Luca.
Split.
All right.
Okay, interesting. I
And
still think the
then
Saints are going to sweep us.
Bucks at Panthers.
Is this
Split.
the split? Is the question? That's tough. That's really tough. What question's going to be? Do the Panthers have a wide receiver core? That's my question. If they have a wide receiver core, I can
Thielen.
give it to them. Thielen, DJ Chark, Terrace Marshall Jr., and Hayden Hurst on tight end.
Let's see. The Bucks at this point are 7-9.
If we're gonna lose the season either way, I knew it was coming. So if this is
Seven.
it, I'll just add insult to injury. We'll just go with the Panthers here because we're gonna choke something.
I say Panthers too.
Yeah.
All right. So 7-10, Tampa Bay Bucks. But Brian, Donald, Luca, final thoughts. Brian.
There's your first zone out.
And
You
why
got your
not?
first zone out right at the end of the stream.
Why not?
Strike one. That's
Finally,
pretty good going, Brian. Pretty good going.
yeah, still well below the mark.
Yep.
Okay, so remind me, what was the topic?
It was
So-
final thoughts.
Oh, it
Strike
was
two.
final thoughts. Okay. I thought it was. I just- This is great.
Damn.
It's gonna come at the end when I'm exhausted. Yeah, I just know Tampa Bay's not going to be a good team this year. It all depends on Baker Mayfield. Are we in the conversation? Because I know it was started earlier. If we're going to tank for Caleb or Drake, and I would love to get Drake, but I still think he's going to be a top 10 pick. We won't be in the top 10. We'll probably be about a 6-11, 7-10 team. God willing that Baker Mayfield plays out of his mind, has a Geno Smith turnaround. But That's a lot to ask of a man who's been traveling for a while. And as much as I love my team and I die for my team, I know what my team would do. And I've seen the pain and injuries throughout my life since all the quarterbacks, because he's going to join the list of failures just like the Browns have. Let me see if I can go back to when I started as a kid. Start naming them, see if you guys remember any.
And there's a lot of them.
When I was a kid. Josh Freeman as a kid. Mike Glennon as a starter as a kid. Josh McCown.
Jameis
Winston. Josh Johnson at one point. Even before I was born, we had, what's his face? Bruce Gradkowski. We had Brian Sims. We had some awful, awful quarterback start in our team's history. And I don't know if Baker's going to be the answer, hopefully to fix things and at least keep us here coasting, because we have a decent roster of guys. It's literally just down to one thing, and it's the quarterback. Running games looks okay. Receivers look okay. Defense is still solid. It's just quarterback. And I'm not a huge believer in Baker. I hope he proves me wrong, but I still say we go 7-10, 7-10, 6-11. As for the Giants predictions, I'm a little underwhelmed with the Giants coming into this year, and it's only because of one thing. It's just your schedule is easily top 5 most difficult. And knowing how every team improved by a lot and seeing you guys slightly improve, it's a tough look, because you guys definitely added weapons that you needed for Jones, but is your defense still going to perform the same? Is your secondary still going to be as lethal as it was last year? We don't know if last year was a fluke. So I'm going with the safety net, and that's why I went with a little bit more towards the 9-7 route. The 9-8 route around there. So it's more just for safety net. But again, they're either going to be really good or they're just going to miss. That's how I feel with the Giants. That's it.
All right, Donald.
So I'm going to happily take the L here on the fact that I had Brian over the 4.5 mark. So congratulations. Brian was on fire today. So big shout out, man. You were awesome. As always, to be honest. So as for the G-Men, I got 10 wins, solid 10 wins. I think they're a 10-win team. I wouldn't go much higher than that, but I don't think they'll be too much lower than that. Maybe 9 at worst. I think they're going to have a winning record. I do. I think they've got a good roster, great coaching staff, had a good offseason, a great draft. So I think there's a lot to be excited about. And as for the NBA, we're basically going to have an NBA Finals of the Heat versus the Nuggets, and that's going to be fascinating. I hope the Nuggets win, please. But I'm sure we'll be covering that more in greater detail once it's all confirmed. But as for the Yankees, Aaron Judge, Harrison Bader, you guys are my guys, and Rizzle's been really good too. Pretty excited that Judge has just been this good. Pretty cool to watch. And last but not least, everybody in the chat, you guys have been awesome. Everybody in the chat has been awesome. Big shout out to all you guys for sticking with us for 4 freaking hours. You guys are always with us, so we love you.
Luca?
Final thoughts. Great NBA segment as always. Got to go over the Carmelo Anthony stuff and some of the GOAT stuff. Nuggets on the way to the finals. Couldn't be rooting for them more. Love them as a team. Yankees doing well. I'm keeping hope that they continue to do well. And football, not much going, but we'll do the Jets predictions next week.
Like, comment, subscribe to all the good stuff. It looks like Brian's changing his hat at the end of the show to a
just a reminder for how happy I'm about the Yankees lately. The quick turnaround.
Yes.
It's deserved.
Much deserved. Like, comment, subscribe to all the good stuff. Tomorrow, me and Luca will be on game season, and Wednesday, we hope to be back on here streaming the Yankees. They will be on Prime, so if you don't have Prime, come over to us for commentary. But appreciate you guys. See you next time. Peace.